Bagley, Harding, Johnson, Melton, Palermo, Rowe. Mr. President.
Here. Please rise for our pledge. Remarks by Councilmember Johnson.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good afternoon, everyone. I just want to wish everyone a fantastic holiday season. Make sure that you spend time with your loved ones. More importantly, please make sure that your family is the most important thing that you occupy your time with. Thank you.
An affidavit of publication is on file for the pre-council and city council meeting, and a current copy of the Open Meeting Act is posted in a white binder on the east wall of legislative chambers.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Omaha City Council. We appreciate having you here today. Look forward to hearing your testimony on our many items. I encourage you to turn your cell phones off or at least to vibrate. And before we get started, I also wanted to acknowledge that Councilmember Melton had to attend a funeral this morning in her family, and we want to know that our thoughts and prayers are with the Thibodeau family today.
Appreciate that. It was a hard loss for the community when you lose a 6-year-old. So thank you, and I appreciate you noting that we're all thinking of the Thibodeau family. Jim Thibodeau, who's the general counsel from Metro Community College, who does a lot of work for our community, and so it's a tough loss for him and his wife and their other little girl, Juliet. So thank you.
Thanks.
Pete, I appreciate it.
You bet. Madam Clerk.
Item 6 through 9 can be considered together for Warren Place, located northeast of 42nd and L Streets. Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval. Item 6, an ordinance to rezone this property from GC District to CC District. Item 7, an ordinance to amend the boundaries of the MCC Overlay District to incorporate this property into that district. Item 8, a resolution to approve the final plat. Item 9, a resolution to approve the subdivision agreement.
Public hearing on vote on items 6, 7, 8, and 9 is today. Proponents, please.
Good afternoon. Joe Duttless with Thompson, Dreesen, and Dorner, 10836 Old Mill Road. Here to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any other proponents today? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing's closed. Mr. Palermo, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to thank you for being here. I've noticed a lot of work going on in the corner. Definitely needed it. Much improvement to the area, and I'm sure the neighbors in my part of the city will definitely welcome what's coming there. And last time you couldn't say, so I won't say what's going there. But anyway.
It's Starbucks.
Oh, Starbucks.
Yeah.
You said it. Okay, great. Yeah, it's nice to have it 42nd and L. We had a rundown tire shop there for a long time. That was not so good on the ice. So we look forward to it. Motion to approve.
Motion and a second. No further lights. Roll call.
Bagley, Harding, Johnson, Melton, Palermo,
Yes.
Rowe. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Items 10 through 16 can be considered together for Sanctuary Ridge, located northwest of West Center Road and 222nd Street. Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval. Items 10, 13, and 14, ordinances to rezone this property from AG District to R4 District and DR District. Items 11 and 15, resolutions to approve the final plats. Items 12 and 16, resolutions to approve the subdivision agreements.
Public hearing on vote on items 10 through 16 are today. Proponents, please.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the council. Larry Jobin, 11440 West Center Road, appearing on behalf of the developer and the project. This is a development at 222nd West Center Road. It's a 97-lot single-family residential subdivision. We're simply here to answer any questions that you might have. I also have Caleb Schneider of Lamperneers and the consulting engineers if you have any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other proponents today? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing's closed. Motion and a second to approve. Roll call.
Bagley, Harding, Johnson, Melton, Palermo, Rowe. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0. Items 17 and 18 can be considered together for property located southeast of 70th and Haskell Streets. Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval. Item 17, an ordinance to rezone this property from CC District to R7 District. Item 18, an ordinance to amend the boundaries of the PUR Overlay District to incorporate this property into that district.
Public hearing and vote on items 17 and 18 are today. Proponents, please.
Good afternoon, Ryan Spellman, 9951 Harney Parkway North. I am the developer of the project here. I've got my civil engineer, John Coolidge, with Lamper Nearson as well, simply here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Any other proponents today? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing's closed. There's a motion and a second. Roll call.
Bagley. Harding. Johnson. Melton. Palermo. Rowe. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0. Item 19, an ordinance to approve an amendment to the city's master plan regarding the Housing Affordability Action Plan. Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval. B's Communications and Support. C's Communication.
The public hearing on number 19 was continued from last week. We want to continue to have that opportunity for folks to talk today on this item. I want to make it clear, though, that we continued the public hearing to hear from folks that we know couldn't stay last time because we went quite long in our last meeting. So this opportunity is for those who have not yet testified on this item. First, we'll take proponents, and then we'll take opponents. I know we have a few by Zoom as well. And then certainly council members are free to call up anybody they'd like to hear more from. So having said that, we'll now hear from proponents to number 19.
Good afternoon, President Festerson, members of the council. David Levy, Baird Home Law Firm, 1700 Farnham Street. I'm sorry I could not stay. Last week I had a planning commission hearing that evening in Mills County, Iowa. So I'm still working on being in two places at once, but I haven't accomplished it yet. Representing the Apartment Association of Nebraska, which has over 300 members representing about 43,000 apartment units in the Omaha metropolitan area. The Apartment Association does support the plan, but with 4 particular amendments, striking 4 items, as we mentioned in our communication sent a couple of weeks ago. These items really fall into 2 categories, and I'll take them that way. The first is the impact fee on affordable housing that's proposed on page 16 of the plan. Related to that is the exaction on residential market rate housing projects that would receive tax increment financing that is described on page 18 of the plan. Simply put, the Apartment Association sees it as counterproductive to burden market rate housing as a way to create additional affordable housing. Market rate housing and increasing housing supply is a primary way, maybe the primary way, to address affordability long term. And when you burden those, you provide barriers to entry. That is simply counterproductive to what the Apartment Association sees as the primary goal. Also, with the impact fee, an impact fee must have a nexus or a connection between what the impact the fee is trying to address and the fee itself. There's no evidence that I can see that market rate housing is the cause of the housing affordability problem. In other words, there's no impact there, and with no impact, there can be no nexus. That's a legal requirement for an impact, that there be a nexus between the impact and the fee, and that those be proportionate. And I'm not sure that you can make that connection with an affordable housing impact fee. And that's been true around the country. These kinds of fees and programs have been around for 35, 40 years in different cities around the country, and cities have really struggled to show that legally required nexus between the impact of market rate housing and a housing affordability challenge. So I would encourage the council to strike those 2 provisions from the plan in otherwise hopefully approving the plan. The second category is the tenant assistance and eviction protections and the source of income items on page 29 and 30. Those are both very important items, of course, but in the Apartment Association's view, those are outside of the scope of this plan. Again, the goal of this plan should be to encourage the production of market rate housing, reduce the cost of producing all housing, which will help affordability. There's some great things in the plan about addressing code requirements and things like that that really unnecessarily drive up the cost of producing all housing. And that's where the Apartment Association really sees that the focus should be. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions. Actually, one further thought before I do that, if you would, briefly. I've heard people say, well, this is just a plan. And if we adopt the plan, that doesn't mean anything in the plan necessarily has to happen. And I think, quite candidly, that takes away from all the work that's gone into the plan. It takes away from the importance of the plan. And it also, with all respect, I think it kind of sets the council up then for people to stand at this podium and say, well, it was in the plan, you have to do it. I don't think that's legally true. I don't think I'm telling any of you anything you don't know, but that does concern me, and that does concern the apartment association. And so while it would be easy to kind of kick the can down the road at this point and say, well, these things, you know, they're interesting. We need to look at them further. Let's keep them in the plan. I would submit to you again respectfully that that would be a mistake. Not including in the plan does not mean that you can't bring them up again. You could bring them up next week if you wanted to, or next year, one at a time. A housing impact fee, a TIF impact fee, and these other items that I've spoken of, these are significant changes to the City of Omaha's municipal code and the way the city does business. And I would really encourage you to take those out of the plan, take them up separately if you like, but not get caught up then in people saying, well, they're in the plan, you have to take them up. So thank you for allowing me the time to speak, and happy to answer any questions again.
Thank you. Any other proponents today that have not spoken?
Good afternoon, Mr. President and members of the council. My name is Jeff Weaver, Executive Director for Nebraska Best, serving Douglas, Omaha, and Sarpy County, 1508 John F. Kennedy Drive, Suite 208, Bellevue, Nebraska. I also want to thank you guys for extending this for 1 week to have hearings. My mother passed last Tuesday, so I was unable to attend, so my condolences to you. I'm here today to encourage the council to approve the Housing Affordability Action Plan. We at Nebraska Best think this is a significant first step toward addressing housing insecurity in our communities. I won't spend too much time reiterating all the statistics that have been shared in this plan and from those who stood here last week. Those who have testified, prepared, and shared these have done an exceptional job. Those numbers provide an appropriate picture of our community's housing security crisis. We all know that there's a housing security crisis, that evictions are rising from 2021 and will continue to rise. I encourage the council to study diligently the numbers, statistics, and graphs, but then turn your undivided attention to what is behind the numbers. Or perhaps I should say, who is behind the numbers? Behind every statistic is a story, behind every percentage is a person. It's the single mom who is escaping domestic violence with 2 small children, working 2 jobs and trying to create a safe, warm place for her to live. It's the husband and father, the husband who just lost his wife, who is learning to deal with the grief of his spouse who is no longer here while trying to learn how to care and provide for a young child while trying to provide a house with 1 income instead of 2. I'm afraid so often that when we talk about numbers, that's what we do is we talk about numbers. We talk about multiplexes, multifamilies, duplexes, housing units. And those are much needed, but again, I want to reiterate, it's the people behind the numbers. To those who are living in these units, these houses, these are homes. It's a safe place to raise your children. It's a safe place, it's an affordable place, maybe perhaps to save a little money for your college for your children, or a trade school, or perhaps to secure a newer or more reliable car, or maybe in most cases, or in some cases, a chance to purchase your vehicle for the first time and avoid those harsh winters waiting for the public transportation. Having an affordable house in our community and throughout our country allows for a healthier Omaha. Studies have shown that poor quality housing children make nearly 60% more visits to the emergency room due to asthma. As a child living with housing insecurity, almost 30% more are likely to be underweight and 20% are more likely to have poor nutrition. As I said, I won't spend any more time on numbers, but it's essential to know to know that affordable housing is an opportunity for a healthier Omaha. While creating housing in Omaha is a must, there must be more. Providing that opportunity for individuals and families to find housing is essential, but we also must focus on maintaining housing security. I asked the council to look at the top of page 30 in the plan. It's the last sentence on that paragraph in the top hand left, and I want to bring your attention to it. It states, additionally, funding of counseling programs should help households avoid housing insecurity. Do we need housing? Do we need affordable housing? Do we need tens of thousands? Yes, yes, yes. but we also need the support to allow those individuals moving into these houses to keep their homes. At Nebraska Best, we focus on housing security and eviction prevention. We provide that long-term case management to tenant and support services to landlords to better help those relationships between tenants and landlords. We provide educational and trading opportunities, including rent-wise, financial counseling, life coaching, and access to support services. Housing stability is critical if we want Omaha to continue its growth and make it a destination for families and individuals to live. Housing is the first step, but we must also provide support to maintain housing stability. We collaborate with partners here in Omaha, such as Metro Housing Collaborative and Concord Mediation, as well as many others, to help tenants maintain their housing. We also work with clients, landlords, property owners, managers, members of MAPOA, to provide support services and education on social issues and housing barriers that their tenants may face. I encourage all in the discussions and planning in the future to continue looking for creative methods of finding and creating affordable new housing in Omaha. We are in a crisis in Omaha and in this nation regarding housing insecurity. This isn't a 1 year, a 3 year, or a 5 year crisis. This is a generational crisis. However, with the great crisis comes an even more incredible opportunity for innovative and intentional solutions. We support this plan and know that there is still much discussion and action to take place. We would love to be in the room where it happens. We build, empower, and support our communities, as do great organizations such as Metro Housing Collaborative, Match Together, and many others. We want to participate in these vital discussions alongside these stakeholders. Our vision at Nebraska Best is this: where everyone has a home of their own. Is that ambitious? Yes. Is it achievable? Only with you, the stakeholders, the landlords, the developers, the community partners, the neighbors, those people who say, not in my backyard, all need to be at the table to create a solution to this problem. This council has an opportunity to approve this plan and allow the process of creating more affordable housing in Omaha to continue. This would be a significant part of each of your legacies, to be part of a council, developers, stakeholders, and landlords that created 20, 30, 40, 50,000 new housing units. What's even more significant than that is the 20, 30, 40, 50,000 individuals and families that will be able to create their own legacy in a safe and affordable home of their own. Now that would truly be amazing. Please vote to pass this action plan so that the process may continue. Thank you for your time, Mr. President and council members.
Thank you, and sorry for your loss as well.
Thanks.
Other proponents?
Hello, council members. My name is Patrick Kavanaugh. I'm an attorney, 701 Parkwood Lane, but I'm also a property owner. I own multiple residential units in Mr. Begley's district, Mr. Festerson's district, and I've managed and owned those properties myself for 20 years. I've been fortunate that I haven't ever had to utilize the services of the county court for eviction purposes or for any other tenant or landlord action. And I started, and I believe I had that luxury because of communication, interacting with my tenants, understanding the disparity between the power dynamic of owning the property and them renting a place. That's been an important thing for me to maintain housing for all of the tenants that I provide for them. I have had the luxury or the opportunity to be involved now with the tenant assistance program, and I know that that's part of this housing stability and the affordable action plan, action plan, and I just would encourage you to support that program and advance that action here today. Being involved with the tenant assistance program, Councilwoman Melton, we've had some great outcomes. As a landlord, I really appreciated the aspect of going in there and negotiating with other landlords or landlords' attorneys and getting money for those landlords, because I, to be honest, am in this for the money. As a landlord, I try to get myself money and provide safe and affordable housing for my tenants, and that's what we've been able to accomplish. And I don't know that would happen on a regular basis without the tenant assistance program. It's a vital resource that allows people at least one more month of safe, stable housing. And I encourage you to continue to provide that the source and the support that this plan does provide. So I ask for your support there and any other support in this program relative to maintaining affordable housing in our great city. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other proponents today that are in the audience?
Good afternoon. My name is Jim Winston. I live at 840 North 44th Street, number 502 in Councilman Begley's district. I am in favor of this. However, it is a great big plan, as you all know, and the attorney for Baird and others have said that. I really think we need to get the shovel out. We need to get started on some of this. We've been talking about affordable housing as far back as I can remember, which goes back to Mayor Fahey. Let's get the ball rolling. I'd like to make a couple of very quick points. It is a good plan. There's a lot of things in there that if you look at the minutia, I might disagree with, but overall it's a great plan and I'm in favor of it. A lot of the people that are affected by affordable housing are renters. I am one of them. Renters fall into the category of getting evicted because they can't pay. One of the statements, I think, in the Baird document was it takes 30 days to evict. Well, in my particular building, that's not true. It's 30 days plus another 30 days plus another 30 days, and there goes your deposit. The cleanup of that particular rental unit takes a large number of months, weeks, hours worth of work. All of that boils back down to those of us that are currently renting in that building. So it raises my prices. I would like you all to look at the possibility of a hand up versus a hand out to people that are in the situation of coming up. And we just reiterated who they are. There's a lot of people that could be helped. I'd like to help those who help themselves more so than the people that take advantage of the system, that game the system and wound up costing all of us more money. I will make one nitpicky thing. On page 19 of the plan, one of the goals is to preserve existing affordable units with the intent to maintain and protect the most attainable housing in the city. Ladies and gentlemen of the City Council, you all just approved the urban core housing, blah, 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 otherwise known as let's fund a streetcar, which affected how many blocks to either side of that, which will take people in that affordability category out. I believe you will be moving renters out. Those renters have to find a place to go. I've listened to Mr. Noddle in previous things where he helps those to get moved out. When he puts in a new $250,000 facility, he helps people out, but that still moves people. Consider that there's a balance here that you all, I think, should look at. There's a balance between how do we improve without affecting people to a great extent. I don't know how to do that, okay? I honestly say that. So thank you for listening. I do like the plan. It's a great plan. Let's stick a shovel in there, and it's Larry, the cable guy, says, let's get her done. Thank you.
Thank you. Other proponents in the audience?
Hi, my name is Bree Full. My address is 603 North 36th Street. I'm not testifying on behalf of Spark because Spark already testified, so I'll be testifying on behalf of myself and as your new school board member for OPS Subdistrict 2. So I'm here to support the Housing Affordability Action Plan. I just want to reiterate the strong and extensive public participation process that the planning department went through in order to come about this plan. They had 7 open houses. They had 35 listening sessions that included a session for property managers, a session for the Metro Area Property Owners Association, and a session for the Apartment Association. They had a community survey with 1,900 respondents. They had a public comment period when the draft was posted, and they had over 3,000 Omahans total that gave input on this plan. So I just want to reiterate what a good job they did in making sure that they got input from everybody. I wanted to offer you my personal experiences as well, growing up in Omaha as a low-income child. And I grew up in Section 8 housing as well. And unfortunately, there isn't enough quality housing units available to those who are living in Section 8. When you talk about source of income discrimination, it's important that we leave those in this plan and that we don't touch that, because my mom did not have enough quality housing options, and I actually developed childhood asthma from the toxins in our house, and we weren't able to move, and we had no other options, so we had to stay there. And so the health of our children, the health of OPS children, depends on whether or not their caregivers have access to this high quality housing. And while this is a workforce and an economic issue, it's also a public health issue. So I just want you to keep that in mind when you make your decision today. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other proponents in the audience that haven't spoken yet?
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Matthew Kavanaugh. I'm Executive Director of Holy Name Housing Corporation, 4324 Fort Street. So I just want to reiterate what Bree said and congratulate the council, the planning department, RDG on putting together a fantastic plan with a huge amount of public input. I was really impressed. I was on the news at the first event, and then the number of people that came up to me afterwards and said they saw that on the news was really gratifying for me. Just kidding. And you guys are a tough crowd. But no, I think it illustrated that it was really well publicized in a lot of ways. So, and that came through in the plan. The plan was written very clearly, concisely. I think it's probably one of the best plans of a lot of housing plans I've read that got straight to the stakes, made it clear, had really actionable and important recommendations. At Holy Name Housing, we are both we're a developer, a general contractor, and a property manager. I see elements of this plan that will support every aspect of our business in that regard. I think that it will be tremendously valuable for the community if we can approach some of these things, in particular the land use and zoning issues. If you are a proponent of taxpayers or freedom, I don't know that I've seen something that the city council could take action on in many years that would be more beneficial to both taxpayers and property rights and freedom. Allowing people to make full use of the infrastructure investments that we've already made in the community in a way that's sustainable and valuable. So I think that's about all I have. I think the plan, one of the best pieces of evidence that this is an excellent plan is there's things in this that I find are lacking and wanting, and there are things in this that I never thought of myself and that I learned from. So I think that's evidence of an excellent plan, and I would really encourage the board to support and adopt this proposal.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Other proponents today? Seeing none more in the audience, we do have, I think, 2 by Zoom that registered previously. Carolyn Ryan, will take you off mute here in a second. Okay, try that.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Good afternoon. My name is Carolyn Ryan. I live east of 72nd. Thank you, council, and thank you to HBK for your work on this plan.
And Carolyn, just so those that know, she did take advantage of this council's registration program to not have to provide her address, so that's why she gave a general notation there. Okay, continue, please.
Thank you. I want to also thank the planning department, not only for your work on this plan, but also for your recent installation of a speed radar monitor in my neighborhood. As was shared in opening remarks, family is the most important. And as a mom of a very squirmy 5-month-old who'll be playing out with the neighbors in no time, I appreciate this measure to help keep my family and our neighbors safe. Joining the conversation today as a community member, a former Iowa landlord, and a current program coordinator of a rapid rehousing program for local homeless service agency, where I've worked in direct client care, as well as staff supervision since the beginning of COVID, after over 6 years work in homeless services in Iowa. I think the plan before us is very interesting, and I certainly learned a lot from reviewing it. Overall, I support the adoption of a plan like this to help guide planning and budgeting decisions in the future, but feel strongly that there are two very important pieces of the puzzle missing, without which the future housing ecosystem of Omaha will not be safe or fair or healthy. While this plan has a laundry list of potential strategies to increase the availability of independent housing, it does not acknowledge the very real need for affordable housing options for those who need higher levels of care, such as skilled nursing and group homes, including but not limited to our aging boomer population. Secondly, this plan lacks any clear measure for proactively ensuring basic landlord competency or unit safety, or any steps the city can take to enforce the law when it comes to fair housing, which I think others working with low-income renters will tell you is a major problem in this community. I know it's a busy day, and to be respectful of everyone's time, I just have a few anecdotes and data points to illustrate the importance of addressing these two problems in the plan. First, affordable housing for those needing higher levels of care, including but not limited to older adults. 10,000 people turn 65 in this country every day, and the future for them will look different than how it has for our parents and grandparents. More elderly will be kinless in the future and won't have an upper-class family with a big backyard to build them an ADU. I've been told that at Together Inc. in 2021, 67% of rapid rehousing clients were over 55, and in 2022, that number jumped to 80%. The trajectory of housing needed for seniors living with basic monthly income of about $1,200 from Social Security, so not necessarily the missing middle. I did notice AARP's letter of support for the plan, and I have to say I respectfully disagree that the framework laid out in this plan will guide the council in the right direction with regard to seniors. I applaud the city in their recent hire of Tamara to serve as your homeless liaison. One thing I hope she can do in this position is educate decision makers further about how the coordinated entry system works with the COC. This is a system used to get street homeless and folks living in shelters into housing. Tamara can attest to the housing first philosophy shared by all service providers working in our COC, and confirm that none of us are turning people away who we might personally believe are not ready for housing, including those who we don't feel have what it takes to live independently. As service providers working in the homelessness space, we house everyone through the programs we have available to us and the housing that is available. And sometimes this means housing individuals who are not oriented to space and time and who cannot meet their own basic needs, including cooking, toileting, cleaning, etc. And we do this because there's nowhere else for them to go. We do not have the facilities we need taking Medicaid, and we don't have the in-home chore providers needed to help keep people safe in independent housing. This affordable housing resource gap absolutely needs to be addressed, as it stresses the already very precarious system that depends on landlord willingness or benevolence to work with us and our vulnerable clients. If housing is not created for the folks with higher acuity, which one version of the plan at least estimated to be somewhere between 4 and 5%, these individuals will try to cook for themselves. And when they do, they may leave their stoves on. And when they leave their stoves on, their units may burn with themselves, their neighbors inside, and the community will no longer have that affordable housing option. Appropriate affordable housing is a public safety issue, and I encourage the council to engage in deep and sustained conversations and planning around how to appropriately and safely house tenants who need affordable housing that comes with additional support and care. This brings me to the second gap in the current plan. There are currently no strategies identified that are sufficient to ensure that landlords and property managers, including out-of-state investors, et cetera, have any competency in safety and legally operating their businesses, which are people's homes. I just have 3 brief anecdotes about why this is important.
Hey, Caroline, I'm going to encourage you to speed up a little bit. We do have some other testifiers we need to get to.
All right. As a case manager, I've experienced really devastating consequences of unfair housing. I know of a toddler who was electrocuted by some farmer wiring done by a landlord that didn't know what they were doing. I worked with a woman who lived in a house owned by an out-of-state investor and brought her preemie baby home to an apartment full of black mold. And then realized that her building was sold from one out-of-state investor to another. In my experience as a case manager, I've also had the experience of having numerous landlords turn down clients based on illegal criteria, such as I don't rent to families. And when I've shared stories like these, I've been met with suggestions on more than one occasion that it's my responsibility as a service provider to educate these landlords about fair housing and advocate on behalf of my clients, and I disagree as a former landlord. When I owned and rented property in Dubuque, Iowa, I was required to carry a rental license. And in order to earn that license, I and all the landlords wanting to rent property in that community were required to attend a class about property management facilitated by the city. It covered the basics of housing law, and it required that my unit pass an inspection prior to being able to rent it to people in the community. I learned just last week that Omaha doesn't even require licensing of landlords or require that any demonstration of basic knowledge of safety or fair housing is required. So these are people that are in charge of other people's electricity, water, air, and heat. It's a public safety issue.
So Caroline, Caroline, I need you to summarize here if you would.
I do understand the perspective of the landlord that this is a laundry list. I think that these items are missing from the list. A deeper analysis and strategy to address the gap in supported and assisted living is needed, and a proactive system, and I recommend landlord licensing predicated on attending a course to educate on at least fair housing law is required. And I encourage you to commit your minds and hearts to developing a robust plan for implementation so you can one day say that housing in Omaha is fair and safe and affordable, because at this juncture, it is not for everyone. Thank you.
Appreciate your testimony. We'll now move to opponents. A reminder, these are folks that did not have a chance to speak last week.
Good afternoon. Doug Kagan, 416 South 130th Street, representing Nebraska Taxpayers for Freedom. After reading and rereading the Affordable Housing Plan draft, which we did, we voice our opposition for several reasons. First, the plan would drastically alter zoning ordinances so that the location of dense, low-cost housing would accelerate in established neighborhoods and new developments, decimating property values of those who have invested savings in order to reside in an established neighborhood and subverting the single-family nature of neighborhoods in Omaha. Secondly, this venture would require funding through city housing bonds, the principal and interest paid by taxpayers, or payment from the general fund generated from property taxes. Thirdly, this proposal would tighten the already restrictive registration regulations on our local landlords, thereby further decreasing the number of available private low-cost rental units. Fourthly, this plan would distort the intended use of tax increment financing by allowing TIFs in areas that are not decaying and awaiting rehabilitation and redevelopment. Also distorting is forcing developers receiving TIFs to provide a specific amount of subsidized housing in their developments. As alternatives, our taxpayer organization suggests that the city repeal the present stifling restrictions on private landlords in order to increase the number of low-cost rental units and offer tax incentives for private developers to build modest housing for low-income people on abandoned or tax-delinquent parcels. To consider these alternatives, we urge you to delay the City Council vote scheduled for today. Thank you.
Thank you. Other opponents? Larry, you spoke last week, so you're not on the deck today.
Excuse me?
You spoke to this item last week, so you're not speaking to this item today.
I can't hear you, Pete. Would you speak to your microphone, please?
You spoke last week, so you're not speaking today on this item.
I did, and thank you for 4 hours of waiting.
Mr.
But
Benson?
let me remind you, sir, that the Open Meetings Act does say we
Next
can
opponent,
speak at
please.
each and every meeting, each and every item. Now, if you want to put the cuffs on me, do so, but you're violating my free speech rights and the Nebraska State Constitution and the Open Meetings Act. Goodbye, thank you, Merry Christmas.
Next opponent, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Dennis Schleiss at 4512 Hickory Street. Our family has lived in Morton Meadows neighborhood for many years. Our neighbors and us worked long and hard to buy our homes, and we maintain our homes and yards very well. Our family opposes many of the suggestions in this affordable housing proposal, especially changing zoning laws in order to place multi-unit taxpayer subsidized housing in our neighborhood, enforcing such housing in all Omaha neighborhoods. Our suggestion as an alternative is to allow urban homesteading in depressed areas of the city in order to renovate these areas with suitable economical housing. And thank you.
Thank you. Other opponents today?
Good afternoon. My name is Liz Abel, and I live at 17324 F Street in Omaha, Nebraska. I am a native Nebraskan. However, I just recently moved back from North Texas after living there for 30 plus years. And I realized that affordable housing, i.e. Section 8 housing, is a problem almost everywhere you go. But two things stand out to me personally. I've heard it said before that this won't cost the taxpayers anything. That may be true of the initial building costs, but I don't think it'll be that way down the road. What I understand to be the case and have seen is that when you have high density housing, many people move into those apartments more than what they were specifically built for. These people all need services. Their kids need to go to school. As I've been back here 3 years and living in Millard, there hasn't been, I don't think, a tax that the school districts have not approved, the taxpayers have approved. Consequently, our taxes this year have gone up more than 26%. So we came back to live in a house that was really our dream house. And what I don't want to happen is to see these high-density apartment buildings coming into the established neighborhoods and sucking up services only for us to be taxed higher amounts down the road. The other thing I would say is that typically in high-density apartment complexes, you have more crime. Right now, it's not uncommon for me to see 2 to 3 thefts on my Nextdoor app, and that's without Section 8 housing. I can't even imagine what it would be for the influx, should that be the case. I understand it's a problem. I adhere to some of the things that Doug and the Nebraska Taxpayers for Freedom have stated as far as alternatives, but moving it into established neighborhoods, or what I refer to as suburbs, in and around Omaha is not the answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Other opponents today?
I spoke last week, but I wanted to make a comment about.
No, you cannot do that from the audience, and you spoke last week.
Yes.
Any other opponents that did not speak or that have not spoken yet? Thank you. We'll close public hearing. Mr. Harding, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I was glad we were able to accommodate some of those that did have to leave early last week and keep the public hearing open today. I introduced, or I talked a little bit about having some amendments last week during our meeting. And so I'd asked the law department to put those together. And I think what we've done is put it all in kind of one package. And I guess I'd like to address their four. I'd like to have them addressed individually if that's possible. We might have to ask the clerk to help us walk through that process. But the first one would be, and this was actually kind of in part brought up by one of our testifiers last week who was testifying really in favor of the housing action plan, but mentioned that she thought there were some issues on both sides that maybe needed to be addressed or amended. And so in particular, it's on page 16, and I'm asking to strike it in its entirety, and it's page 16, item 2B, and I'll just read the text as how it appears in the plan. It says affordable housing fee. This fee would be applied to all new housing developments that do not meet an affordability or accessibility threshold. I think Mr. Levy also kind of pointed this one out, and I really, I view that kind of as an impact fee, a barrier to entry. I don't know that we need to be burdening those that are building one type of product at the expense or at the benefit of another. And I think, as Mr. Levy also pointed out, I think it's a good point in that, especially with rising interest rates and rising material costs, probably the best opportunity or some of the best opportunities for affordable housing are existing stock. And if we are building new market rate housing for others to move into, it opens up that available stock. Certainly, for example, I think the average cost of a single-family home in America today is well over $300,000. And if we have available stock that can be redeveloped or rehabilitated, I think that certainly is something that we need to make sure we don't forget about, and that's that opportunity. So I don't know if we want to take these one by one, if we can do that at this point, Madam Clerk. So I guess, would I make that a motion to, okay, so I'll make a motion to strike it in its entirety on page 16, strategy 2B.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. I think I'll add a few remarks here, and we'll see if others have their lights on or have additional remarks before we take these apparently one by one. And I want to make them now one because I think it informs my thought on amendments at this point, not necessarily to their content, but just as a process perspective. So as I indicated last week, what I'm encouraged about in this plan is that I think it does demonstrate a lot of consensus around affordable housing and the fact that it needs to be a high priority in our community. And I think that's true of our current residents and also the future workforce we hope to attract to our community. And I think the city has demonstrated its interest in this area, not only by this plan today, but in recent appropriations. About $60 million in public and private funds have been dedicated to this issue that I think will start to make a difference. But a lot more needs to be done. And so this plan, I think, is consistent with LB 866, which is the required mechanism to which to comply with that state law. It was commissioned by the Planning Department and commissioned a consultant to produce what we have before us here today. As some testifiers have noted, they engaged the public, I think, quite robustly. Over 60 or 70 associations and entities were involved or invited to participate in this effort, in addition to the general public. And so produced what we have before us today, which is a master plan amendment with various facts and figures and recommended strategies. And I think it does a good job of presenting those options. But that's all it does, and I want to make that clear because I think that's been lost a little bit, at least in some of the emails I know I've received over the last few weeks, is that adopting this plan, as we're required to do by state law, does not enact any of these strategies. It merely adopts the plan by which to work from through an implementation stage with the Planning Department. I know some of the emails I said, well, gosh, if you adopt this plan, you're going to be adopting rent control. That's not true. In fact, rent control is not even a recommended strategy in the plan. So I think there's just a lot of misinformation around some of these items. But what is important would be after it's adopted to engage in the implementation phase together. I think it's going to take all of us working together as stakeholders to make a difference on this issue, and that includes landlords and tenants and nonprofit and for-profit developers and housing advocates, all of whom we've heard from in these last couple weeks. So that's a long way of saying I don't think amending this document is our role today. I think our role today is to respect the public process that was just undertaken and adopts a document that has lots of different options and strategies by which we could pursue. And then as committees of all these stakeholders are put together to prioritize them and try to figure out which items have consensus around them, that's when I think we engage heavily as policymakers and decision makers in that process to move some of these important items forward. So that'll be my position on the amendments, but I do look forward to supporting and hopefully approving this plan today. Mr. Harding, you're recognized.
And I was going to make some of the comments as it relates to the overall plan at the conclusion, and maybe I probably should have started. I will say that not only are we required by LB 866 to present a plan or submit a plan to the state, I agree with you. I think it's important that we do so, whether or not it was required. There are some incredible ideas in this plan, and I think they're justified, and those are worthy of pursuing. Two issues, though. One is that when it's interesting to hear you say, with all due respect, that you don't believe it's our role to make amendments to the plans. There's a lot of public input, a lot of good intentions, et cetera, and I don't disagree with that. But I will disagree that I think it is our role for two reasons. I'll give you one anecdotal and one kind of underlining reason why I think we should do it. But I'll give an example of where we've done that recently. We just recently went through a city charter convention, and the city charter convention came up with a laundry list of proposed amendments to our charter. We chose not to acknowledge or move all of those forward. As a matter of fact, we only, I think, ended up kind of forwarding 9 that got consolidated on the ballot to 5, if I remember right. But that is our role, is to take a look at the information that's presented to us and make decisions on what needs to maybe move forward and what doesn't move forward. And now as it relates to this plan, I think it is important for us to manage expectations and make sure that the people understand that there are certain things that we think are worthy of moving forward. There are items that I think should be, or in my estimation, warrant discussion as to whether or not they're included in it. And to sit here and say, well, we can do that later on, sure we can do that later on, but we can also take the opportunity now to take those same actions. It was interesting, too, that at last week's public hearing, we heard some testify that this is a great plan. I want to implement it. I'm over-speaking it. And I want to see it implemented now. I mean, this is, so the expectation for some, and you've seen it as you acknowledged in some of the emails you've received, the expectation is what's in here is what is the plan and what will go forward. And that's not what this is. This is a plan. It has recommendations to consider, and I think we should consider amending some of those out. So that is the reason why I'm bringing those up today. Now, that's not to say that at some future point that someone might want to revisit any one of these 4 that we may consider here today and put them in. But I want to make sure that the public understands, and I think Mr. Levy had a great point, is that in deference to all those who put their time, energy, and efforts into this document, that we want to make sure that the public understands that they are recommendations and not mandates. There's no shall language in here. There are no mandated items in here. And that's why I think it's important that we make sure the public understands that not all of these will move forward, but they can be added back in at a later time if so warranted.
Thank you. There's no further lights. There's a motion and a second. Do you want to repeat that item, Mr. Harding?
Sure. Strike the language on page 16 and 2B in its entirety, which reads, affordable housing fee. This fee would be applied to all new housing developments that do not meet an affordability or accessibility threshold.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Palermo, is your letter?
No, I know.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. President.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I seen Don pop up there as well. So as we sit here and we talk about this plan, we certainly don't want to lessen it and just say it's just a plan. It's more than just a plan, and a lot of hard work went into it from our planning department itself. So what we're about to vote on currently is a couple changes to this item we have in front of us. And so I sit here and think, out of the 147 pages that we have in front of us, out of this plan, we have 4 items. I don't know, I had nothing better to do, so I added it up. About 500 words out of 147 pages of something that we have to do, regulated by the end of the year because of a legislative bill. And so my question is going to be for planning, or somebody in planning, or somebody associated with planning, if they want to come on up as I ask this question. You guys can take a number, or it doesn't matter, whoever wants to come up, unless the planning director. Okay, it's an easy one, so.
Hey, Greg Pascatch, City of Omaha Planning Department.
Thanks for being here.
Yeah.
Taking that one. So anyway, 147 pages. There are some that are blank, I'll admit it. And I want to thank you for the work that was put into this. And I truly do see some of both sides, because I went to the public meeting. Myself and other colleagues have been in meetings with both sides, those who are for it and those who are against it. But back to the 4 items that are going to be maybe moved, well, one has already been moved and seconded. How much of an issue is it? And I know it relates to what it addresses, but to me, and for one, I received this at 10:30 today, but I still had time to look through it on the changes, the amendment changes we have in front of us. I didn't see it in an email. I did get a paper copy of it, and luckily it was only 500 words, so I was able to read through it. It's not the way we usually like to do business on changes like this, but so back to my question. This item that's been moved and seconded, it's got a few sentences in there. So tell me, do they need to be in there from the city standpoint? And if you don't need it, I can give you it, so you know what I'm talking about.
They were included based off of public input and research, right, addressing these issues. That's why they're there. So from the planning department perspective, we're putting them in there because we believe they're good recommendations that should be considered.
Okay, so from the public input, and you've met with people who not only were in front of us opposed to it, but weren't here and opposed to it, and you didn't feel that these specific items needed to be taken away from this plan?
Correct.
Okay, that's all I needed to hear. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rowe? No. Nope. Public hearing's closed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to just weigh in a little bit as well. I too appreciate all the work that went into this plan by Amy and her team and the people in planning, and there was a lot of work. And I mean, there was a lot of sausage making that went on to get to this point. I mean, I can't even imagine all of the detail that went into coming up with this plan. And I know there's going to continue to be a lot of sausage making that goes on, because as Mr. Harding said, this is not a policy that we're voting on today, it's a plan. And I like the idea. I think most of us up here ran on affordable housing. It's important to all of us. We recognize the need. We know it's complicated. It's a tough issue.
and but we want to tackle it, and now's the time to tackle it. I'm not sure that it's time to get into the sausage making up here and dealing with amendments. And I typically agree with my friend Mr. Harding, but today I may not. And I'll take the consequences. When these come back as recommendations, there's going to be plenty of them that I push back hard on. There's several. This one in particularly, I'll push back on and say, no, I don't agree. I don't think we need to have development fees. I do view them as an impact fee. But that's when that discussion or that vote takes place then. It's not taking place today. And so I think we should just push the plan forward. It's a chance to get the shovel in the ground, to get to work, and it's a starting place. This is not the ending place. This is not a document that we just put on the shelf and forget about. It's the starting place for some meaningful discussion and make some real changes that have an impact in affordability. And I think there are some things in there that can do that. There's more than 4 in here that I think I'd push back on. And so I just want to make that clear, because I think, as Mr. Harding said, the expectation, I think, on both sides is that this is the plan and this is the direction that planning is going to go, and we're just going to rubber stamp it and say yes. Well, that's not the case. This is just the start, but it's a great start, and I think we need to get started.
Thank you. Ms. Melton, you're recognized.
Thank you. I guess my biggest concern last week was hearing people say, well, we need an implementation committee and we need to start doing everything in here now. I mean, as fast as possible, every single thing. And then I have planning going, well, we put stuff in here because we listened to the public, so if the public wanted it, we included it. Well, it doesn't mean that everything should be passed. So I think what we're doing is by passing this plan and not making any of the amendments, what we're telling the public is we all support every single thing in here. And I think that's the expectation that we're getting. I can tell you there's a lot more than these 4 things that I don't support, but and that I would fight every step of the way. I do want to clarify, because something was made, that affordable housing is Section 8 housing, and that's just completely untrue. That's misinformation. Affordable housing is housing that costs less than basically 30% of your total income. So kind of individual to people, but we need to have a wide spectrum of houses so that everybody has the opportunity to live somewhere and not pay more than 30% of their income. So, and by the way, I think I asked Mr. Fansla, in my time on council, and I've been on 10 years, I don't recall actually passing a Section 8 housing development. Am I correct on that?
Dave Fansla, City Planning, I believe that is correct.
Okay, so we're not talking about Section 8 housing. Actually, what the federal government does now is they don't build the housing, they give vouchers. And so they give people the opportunity to live anywhere. They don't build Section 8 apartment complexes. So the whole fear of having some Section 8 apartment complex be built in the middle of Linden Park that's not what this is about. We need affordable housing, and we need to encourage affordable housing. But here's how we encourage affordable housing. We try and do things that reduce the cost and make it less costly to build affordable housing. And so then when you throw things in like impact fees, we're doing exactly the opposite. So I don't think it's unreasonable that we consider Mr. Harding's very few amendments, and I think they're extremely reasonable. And the things that we're removing are things like rent control, which I know they say it's not actually in the plan, but it's in the box that's in the plan. It reminds me of my social studies books when I was growing up, and you read the history and then they'd have a box that had nothing to do with what the chapter was, but typically it was an extra credit question, right? Okay, that's what it reminds me of. If it's not in the plan, then eliminate it. So why talk about rent control and then we tell everybody we're not going to do rent control because they're supposed to know that if it's in the blue box, it's not part of the plan. It's just an FYI. And I don't mean to be critical of how you did that. I think you were just trying to provide information to people, but I think that especially for something that controversial and also something that has proven not to work, we should remove it. If it's not part of the plan, then we need to remove it. And I think that that's reasonable. Otherwise, again, we're setting the expectation that this council supports rent control. And I think that's the one thing I heard from a lot of people. And by the way, I didn't hear, not one person sent me an email that says, yes, let's get rent control in Omaha. I don't even think the planning department supports it. So if the planning department isn't supporting that, and I'm kind of just discussing all four generally at this moment, because I don't want to talk 4 times. So I'm just kind of going through all of them. I think that these are very reasonable. I think there's a lot of other things that I would have suggested be eliminated as well. But I think what Councilmember Harding was doing is listening to some of the other groups and then, negotiating. That's what we have to do. It's got to be a little bit of give and take. That's what actually good government entities do. And I think the people that sit on this council, we've always been pretty good about, I might not want something, but I'm willing to give a little to get a little. And I think that's what Councilmember Harding has done. Instead of come out with a list of 10 and then we negotiate it down to 4, he took the 4 that I think were most pressing and the things that would be counterproductive to affordable housing. And we're saying that's reasonable. We still have, I don't know, Councilmember Palermo, how many pages was that again? 147. Okay, we still have 147 more pages of things that we can be working on implementing and discussing. So I think the elimination of these very few, again, that I believe are counterproductive, I just think it's very reasonable and something we should consider. So I do support, and I did second your motion to strike the impact fees.
Thank you. Mr. Bagley, you're recognized.
Thanks, Mr. President. In going through this over the last several months from the spring when the city had the open houses, and I attended the one in October up at UNO, and they were in all of our districts. And there was a lot of input that's included in this from people out there that it really makes you think, and you go down in to understand affordable housing. And I got a lot of emails at the end from people that didn't know about this plan, and I think my colleagues did a good job of kind of articulating that, well, this is what's in it and this is not factual. They're not going to come and build, as they were saying, Section 8 housing in the middle of Linden Estates. Going through, so there's 7 open houses, and it was said earlier, 35 listening sessions, community engagement, over 2,000 comments made from participants in the survey. So I wanted to thank planning, because I know there was a lot of time put into this. And also I personally wanted to thank the people. In fact, this last week, and I had coffee with a stakeholder that gave me a lot of good perspective on this. So in talking to my colleagues as well, when you hear things in your districts, and when these 7 open houses were going on throughout the last year, you get the different perspectives on it, on affordable housing and this action plan. So again, I want to publicly thank the people, and you know who you are, that sat down and walked me through things that I had issues on, and helped me understand it better as we go forward today. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I would like to thank HDR for taking the time and energy to investigate and research what was charged for you to do. Therefore, I'm going to go ahead and support this.
Thank you.
The recommendation of the action plan. Thank you.
Thank you. There's no further lights. There's been a motion and a second on the amendment. Roll call.
Bagley.
No.
Harding. Yes. Johnson. No. Melton.
Yes.
Palermo.
No.
Rowe. No. Mr. President.
No.
Motion failed 2 to 5.
Mr. Harding, you're recognized.
This has to deal with tax increment financing. It's found on page 18, and my motion would be to strike in its entirety strategy number 8. I don't think I'm going to read the whole thing, Mr. President, because I think we all have the information in front of us. But I guess in a nutshell, and I've been, I think, what I would rather have seen maybe is, and not in so many words, but in direct words, stating that what we need to do is come up with a policy or a tool that allows for or incents the development of affordable housing citywide. Currently, TIF can only be used in certain areas. And as it's been kind of proposed, you know, one way to do this might be that you require a certain percentage of the development, multifamily or single-family developments, to include a certain percentage of affordable housing. And I think if we really want to be serious about addressing this issue, we need to find something that is certainly more impactful, because, for example, if we had 150 unit multifamily development and you required 10% of that to be affordable housing, that's 15 units. And if we're talking about 80,000 unit shortfall over the next coming years, I don't think 15 units is very impactful. So if we really want to be serious about finding ways to address this issue, we need to find that tool or that incentive for those who want to develop in all parts of our city. And that is in part why I'd like to remove this language from the plan as it sits today. So that is my motion.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. No further lights. Roll call on the amendment.
Bagley. No. Harding.
Yes.
Johnson. Melton.
Yes.
Palermo.
No.
Rowe. Mr. President.
No.
Motion failed 2-5.
Mr. Hardy.
I sense a theme. But I'm going forward. So on page 29, and on this one, I'm probably going to defer to Councilmember Melton, who is much more versed on this program with her involvement in it as a volunteer. But this is found on page 29, and my motion would be to strike in its entirety strategy number 3. And strategy number 3, I think at least in part, is to expand the programs to assist individuals facing eviction or foreclosure. And before I hand it over to Ms. Melton, I will say that I'm keenly aware of the issue of trying to make sure that we keep people in housing as much as possible. And that certainly when you have an eviction, if you have an eviction in your past, it makes it even that much harder to find housing in the future. So I'd like Ms. Melton then to kind of pick up on the reasons for and kind of the legality of maybe in part the ability for us to offer free counsel for those who are going through this process.
Thank you, and I agree. I wholeheartedly support the tenant assistance program. Already signed up for another day next week. I donate my time and billable hours that I could otherwise be at my law firm charging for to volunteer for the tenant assistance program. So I completely support the program. However, this language actually states that we should change the city ordinance to require that we provide free legal counsel to anyone in eviction court. Well, number one, the city doesn't have the jurisdiction to do that. So we actually have something in our plan that we don't have the power or the authority to do. So again, why are we leaving that in there? Because it's setting the expectation that somehow the city can do that. So why we would put something in there that legally we're not able to do, I have to question. Second, it would just be to city of Omaha residents. Eviction court is county court. It includes anybody that lives in Douglas County. So again, this would be extremely problematic, even to us TAP attorneys. So now what we have to look to see if you're within the city limit, then you're required to have an attorney or you're not. You know what? We have a great program, and the attorneys are volunteer attorneys. If you put something like that in there, it's gonna go more like criminal court, where the court would then be required to appoint an attorney and the county would have to pay for it. I don't think that the taxpayers should be in that situation where then now we're paying attorneys. No, you know what? There's a lot of us. Patrick, is it Kavanaugh? Because I know that I've been there. You know what? There's a lot of us attorneys that are willing to go volunteer. And we should keep doing that. And there's a lot of us attorneys and a lot of law firms that are willing to continue to donate money so that that program can continue. Make it a requirement that it be on the backs of taxpayers. That's what I disagree with. So I will continue to support the program, continue to volunteer for the program, but having something in here that says a city ordinance should mandate court-appointed counsel, that's not something we can do, and it really, in all honesty, is ignorant to leave it in here. Again, we're setting an expectation. If you want court-appointed counsel for tenants, that has to go before the legislature, and you got to change state law. And again, you're going to hear from counties, if they had to pay for that, it's going to increase. If you go look at the millions of dollars that are spent on court-appointed criminal counsel, and you want to look at evictions, sometimes on any given day, we can have upwards of 65 cases per day scheduled at 9 o'clock. So I just want to let you know the number of people coming through. And yes, it's great, and I want to, my hat's off to a number of the landlords out there that I work with your attorneys, and we're able to negotiate. Sometimes it's when they can get out, sometimes it's a payment plan. You know, there's various other things that we can negotiate, make incentives for the tenants. So if they're out by a certain date and the apartment's clean, you dismiss the case and there's not an eviction. It's a win-win. I agree. I think the program is fabulous. But again, that's not what this is doing. And so I think we need to eliminate that language so that people don't have the expectation that, number one, the city can do it or that we're going to do it. So that's why I support this amendment.
Thank you. I don't think there's other lights. Was there a motion or a second on that one?
I motioned it. Did you say?
I will second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Roll call.
Bagley. Harding.
Yes.
Johnson. Melton.
Yes.
Palermo.
No.
Rowe. Mr. President.
No.
Motion failed, 2 to 5.
The fourth item. I'm sorry. The fourth item, we've touched a little bit on this already, and that is found on page 30. And that's as it relates to rent control. Excuse me. Just a minute. I do want to read part of this because I do think this is a little problematic in that it's not, if you will, a recommendation, but it is inside the plan, as we've talked about. It's kind of an inset or a sidebar, but it does have language in there that says during the community engagement process, rental control was encouraged, and I'm not sure who it was encouraged by. I think that broad statement gives question, at least to me, who was encouraging it? Was it the city personnel that was there? Was it the people coming through? Was it through the stakeholders? I'm not sure. So if it's being encouraged, but you're saying it's not part of the plan, but it's in the document, I think that gets a little confusing. It also goes on to say, however, developer involvement in funding should not be overlooked. Again, this kind of circles back to what we talked a little bit earlier on the impact fees, or at least on that strategy 2B with whether or not there was an affordability component to the development proposal, that there would be a fee involved. So again, this kind of language, I think, including it in this document gives an unreal expectation as to where we might go with this. And again, so I'll make the motion then to strike in its entirety column 3, rent control on page 30.
I'll second.
Motion and a second. No further lights. Roll call.
Bagley.
No.
Harding.
Yes.
Johnson.
No.
Melton.
Yes.
Palermo.
No.
Rowe. Mr. President.
No.
Motion failed, 2 to 5.
I believe that concludes. Mr. Harding, you're recognized.
Yeah, I wanted to, and here's where I was going to conclude with maybe where Pete, you got me started, or we kind of started out, is that I understand the importance of this plan. I truly do. And as it's been mentioned, I did have these 4 amendments. There are others that I did have issue with and will have issue with as they move forward. But that's not to say that I don't find this document or this journey important, because I think it is. I want to thank my council members for at least considering, or at least hearing me out on some of these issues. I know that we'll see many of these issues as the implementation process comes before us in various parts in the future. So, as Mr. Rose said, I think there will be others that, maybe at this point are okay with the language in there, and that's fine, that's their prerogative. But I think at some point we'll have these same discussions on some of these issues and others, and I look forward to that robust consideration. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Melton.
I agree. There's been a lot of work, but I think that these were extremely reasonable amendments. Extremely reasonable and very limited, especially due to the fact that there's so much other language in there. Because these were such reasonable amendments, I thought that these should pass. And I think if they could have passed, I mean, we literally had the planning department admit we weren't suggesting rent control. Yet this council just voted to keep the rent control language in there. And so, I mean, if you were gonna at least have one that was reasonable, we could have at least passed the one that called for rent control. But I think what this council just said is they actually support everything in here, and they support all 4 of those. I thought that these were very reasonable, and if we're not going to accept these, I can't support sending this plan to Lincoln and telling not only the citizens of Omaha I want all of these things in there, but telling the state of Nebraska and our legislature that I support all of this as well. So I was going to vote yes for this plan with these amendments. And in fact, even if we could have gotten 2, a couple of them, again, I'm always willing for a give and take, but the fact that we couldn't get any of these unreasonable amendments that are actually counterproductive to affordable housing, which is what this plan is supposed to do, then I can't support sending this plan to Lincoln.
Mr. Rowe, you're recognized.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that everybody is clear. I think these were reasonable amendments as well. And clearly, the reason I voted no was I think we have to look at that whole plan, and do the hard work that it's going to take to come up with actionable items. And to just strike 4 of them, I think that would have been, in my own heart, that would have been counterproductive, because then I'd say that everything else is on the table and is a go. And some of those things are not. So I just want to make sure everybody's clear that there's a lot of work to do before we get this thing into law. And there's going to be plenty of pushback. There's going to be plenty of give and take, like Mrs. Melton said. But that's going to happen here in the near future, and it's got to happen rather quickly.
Thank you. Mr. Palermo.
Thank you, Mr. President. And although I didn't vote for the amendment changes, I do appreciate them. I mean, I gave them some thought. Could have probably gave them more thought if I had more time, but I didn't. And it probably wouldn't have changed my vote anyway, because as I looked at this plan and all the work that went into the plan on the 147 pages, I couldn't help get the fact out of my head that every one of them had draft printed on them, which to me means in a draft form, a plan. These things are not set in stone. And I've given my word to groups that were for it and against it that, hey, we may pull things out of here that you may not like, or we may add things in here that you may not like. We are going to see these items again. And I suppose if we didn't have a requirement to have this in by the end of the year, we would probably continue this for a few more months. But the facts are the facts. We have to have this in by the end of the year. And according to my calendar, we got 1 more meeting to do it. So with that being said, and knowing that, I'm going to make a motion to move agenda item number 19.
I'll second. Mr. Harding, you're recognized.
Thank you. You mentioned we had 1 more week, Councilmember Palermo. And
that wasn't an idea.
It gave me an idea. And Look, I will be voting no on this plan. Again, I think I've said it many times and hopefully clearly enough that people understand that I do see the need for, in spite of LB 866, I do see the need for having this plan, a plan. But in good conscience, with I think some reasonable requests to amend this plan, which I could have been supportive of. I support having the Housing Affordability Action Plan. I will work for implementation of many of the components of it. I will not be in favor of many of the components that are put forward in this, but we'll continue to work forward to see that we do address this issue. But again, I think I know some people might view this as use it against me to say that I voted against the plan, and that's fine, because I don't agree with the plan as written. And with the amendments, I could have been supportive of it. But again, I appreciate my fellow council members' consideration and look forward to the conversations we'll be having about this in the future.
Thank you. There's no further lights. There's a motion and a second to approve the plan as introduced. Roll call.
Bagley.
Aye.
Harding. Johnson. Melton. Palermo.
Yes.
Rowe. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 5-2.
Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it. Next item, please.
Item 20, to consider a Class I liquor license for El Pollo Tote located at 5007-5009 Grover Street, Ace Communication opposition.
Public hearing and vote on number 20 is today. Proponents, please.
Hi, my name is Sergio. The address is 5007 Grover Street. And I'm here to you guys reconsider to give me back the license.
Great, thank you. Any other proponents here today on number 20? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing's closed. Mr. Palermo.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sergio, right?
Right.
Okay, thanks for being here. Tell me about why you're here for this liquor license.
Because
Tell me about your business.
I got a restaurant, and I think I need the, for the community, they like to eat with alcohol. So, but I lose the license. I don't know. I'm not agree the way I lose.
So, you lost your liquor license.
Yeah.
But and that wasn't from us. That was from the Liquor Control Committee.
Yeah, exactly.
But you don't agree with the way you lost your license.
Yeah.
Okay. Help me out. Why don't you agree with the way the Liquor Control Commission took your liquor license?
It's not the liquor license. I hired like my first employee, and it's 2 days working with me. I go to Restaurant Depot, and when I come back, it's like a cap because she didn't ask for the license, to the minor. So I even there, and it's the second day for her, for the waiter.
So you had an employee at your establishment where you had a liquor license that you have to.
She's not supposed to sell alcohol. I think she just, sell it.
Was she 19?
She didn't ask the ID.
Oh, I don't want to ask any more questions then, probably. All right, so here's where we are. We've had some communication where people nearby. You're right along Grover Street. You're just on my side of the district, which is District 4. Councilman Bagley is right on the other side, District 3. So your establishment is right in between both of us. We've had people in the neighborhood that have they're opposed to you getting this liquor license, and some of it is from loud music and parties. Do you have loud parties there at your establishment?
I got a music, live music. And I think the neighborhood, is too close to the apartments.
Have you talked to anybody in the neighborhood about the problems? Has anybody ever called you or?
No, nobody called me.
What about litter?
They complain, they call the cops, and cops come to the business, and they see everything normal, and they leave.
Okay. And I certainly don't want to turn this into a hearing. But the problem is, we're the recommending body. For those, if you're here for a liquor license, you'll know we're the recommending body. We either are for the liquor license in front of us or against, and the recommendation goes down to Lincoln. The Liquor Control Commission will then make a decision based on past practices or whatever kind of issues they've had with you to decide whether to issue you a liquor license. The problem is you had a liquor license, and then the Liquor Control Commission, and I can't pull it up, sorry, every time I try to pull something up, it freezes on me or I can't find it. But I don't know, what, 6-7 months ago? Yeah, here we go. Thank you. So, June 7th is when you're asked to go down to Lincoln about your license. Did you appear in front of the
No.
You didn't?
No, I didn't see the letter on time.
Well, that's pretty important to them.
I know.
Because you know what happens if you don't appear?
Yes.
What do?
They take my license.
They take your liquor license. So the problem I have is we've had complaints in the neighborhood. You've already admitted on the record that you had an employee serve to somebody who was underage, and maybe that employee that was serving wasn't supposed to be serving. And most importantly, the body who issues liquor licenses has already taken yours away. So I'll wrap this up and make it quick. I don't believe with what we decide on here today will determine you getting a liquor license for your establishment. I hope you're very busy with just the food. I understand people want to drink with their meal as well, but with this in front of me, I just don't see it's going to happen unless you go down in front of them. So because of that, which I can't remember myself ever doing this, I'm going to recommend a denial on your liquor license.
Ms. Melton, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'm very concerned with what I saw coming from the Liquor Commission, the previous not showing up, the communication that we received about the loud music, continuing to disturb all of the neighbors, and that it's become a problem for the neighborhood. I think that there are multiple reasons at this point that maybe a liquor license at this location, due to the number of disturbances and safety concerns for the neighbors, that I'm supporting as the chair of the law committee that I sit on with Councilmember Palermo. This is something that we have to be very concerned with. But I would like to call up Mr. Wiesen, if I may. If you could just step aside, I'm gonna call our attorney up here.
Ryan Wiesen, Assistant City Attorney.
And Mr. Wiesen, our recommendation for denial for the reasons of disturbing the neighborhood, the number of complaints, the broken bottles, the serving, do you feel that's enough, or do you have any additional information to provide us for purposes of denial?
All of those things may be taken into consideration by the council when determining whether to recommend an approval or a denial of a liquor license. Things like the sanitation of the premises, the impact on the surrounding neighborhood, neighborhood opposition, previous complaints. I think it's an additional factor in this case would be the character and fitness of the applicant. And one factor that might impact that is the fact that a previous license for this applicant was canceled by the Liquor Control Commission for failing to show up at a mandatory meeting and essentially take responsibility for the licensee's actions, and that can impact the character and fitness of the applicant. The council could consider that when making its recommendation.
Okay, and so at this point in time, due to the basically the effect on the neighborhood, the sanitary issues around the bar, and the fact that it was canceled by the Liquor Commission previously for failure to appear for the show cause, you feel that gives us with those reasons, that gives us enough reason to deny the liquor license.
Certainly, it's
Oh.
always within the discretion of the council what factors to give greater weight to or not.
Okay.
But that certainly would support a recommendation of denial if the council were to
And you
choose
also
that.
said kind of the character. Is it true that this establishment also owes over $8,000 in restaurant tax?
That I am unaware of the specific numbers on. Generally, again, the factors that the Liquor Control Commission considers are issues directly related to the liquor license, impact on the neighborhood, whether or not the license holder can follow the Nebraska Liquor Control Act and the rules and regulations of the Nebraska Liquor Control Commission, impact on law enforcement, impact on traffic control, things of that nature.
All right, but I would also say that when you're collecting a tax from your customers and then you're not paying it, which provides for services such as police and fire and the other services that are provided by the city, you're literally stealing money from your customers and keeping it because you're collecting a tax that you're not then remitting to the city. So with that, I appreciate it, Mr. Wiesen. I just want to ask Mr. Curtis from City Finance, can you confirm or deny that there is taxes owed by the owner?
Steve Curtis, City Finance. The last number that we have, and this could include some estimates because we may not have all the reporting, but it was $8,154.25.
Okay, thank you very much. That's not why I'm basing this denial. In fact, with most bar owners, what we want to do is work with them so that they can get that repaid. That's what I've always encouraged, and I think the city has always been very, very good at working with owners who maybe ran into a little bit of a financial issue, is working on some kind of payment plan to get that repaid. But I do think that it is just one of the factors that goes to character in addition to all of the others that I've previously stated, which is why I'm supporting Councilman Palermo's denial.
Thank you. Mr. Bigley.
Thanks, Mr. President. I also sit on the law committee with my senior council members who I've learned a great amount from since I've been on that law committee with them. And one of the things that just was drilled into my head early is, as Councilman Palermo said, that the Nebraska Liquor Control Commission is the ultimate authority. So when you said you didn't show up for your hearing down there, I'm going to support my colleagues on this to deny, due to the fact that, again, that's, as a business owner, that's your responsibility. And the complaints and those things, for others that are out there listening, that is something we take very seriously when there's issues going on. We want you to succeed as a business in the city and our districts, but with you missing your meeting in Lincoln, I'm going to vote to deny this today. And I wish you the best, and in the future, hopefully you can get back on your feet and get this corrected, but as of today, I can't support this as written today. Thanks.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second to deny with no further lights. Roll call.
Bagley. Harding. Johnson. Melton. Palermo. Rowe. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0. Item 21, to consider a Class B liquor license for Family Dollar 25376 located at 1725 South 13th Street.
Public hearing and vote on number 21 is today. We have the applicant by Zoom, Mr. Bali. We'll get you off mute. All right, try that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President, council members. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you. For the record, James Bally of Decisions Consulting here on behalf of Family Dollar. And before you today is an application for a beer license for off-premise consumption only at the store located at 1725 South 13th Street there in Omaha. It's located basically at the intersection of 13th and Center Street. Yesterday, I was able to email everyone there, and hopefully it's in your packet, an additional information sheet or letter that addressed some of Family Dollar's history and background on how it operates. I also forwarded a current picture of the outside of this Family Dollar store, and for those of you who received it, you can see it has very well placed outdoor lighting, secure with bright lights everywhere for the front and entrance to the store. I don't want to take too much of your time, but did want to address a few issues that sometimes are questions that come up. Family Dollar's business is akin to a small grocery store with other retail merchandise. We don't sell discounted alcohol. The beer that we propose to sell would be complementary to our other merchandise and is not sold as discounted alcohol. It is the same name brands that you would expect to see in your neighborhood large size grocery store. And in addition to the information we provided, I think we provided an advertisement to show kind of the range of products that we sell. We also take very seriously the privilege of selling alcohol in a local or state jurisdiction. And this, I wanted to briefly run through, is in addition to any requirements imposed either by the city of Omaha or by the state of Nebraska, but what we impose on ourselves internally and in preparation for the privilege. We provide all of our employees with training on minimum age requirements and use handheld scanners to verify birth dates. We provide training on how to differentiate between fake IDs and real IDs and how to confirm that the person presenting the ID is in fact the person on the card. We train our associates in their right to refuse to sell any alcohol beverage to any person who appears to be intoxicated and how to communicate that refusal respectfully. Quite frankly, we don't have this problem a lot because those aren't the customers that come in our store. We also provide training in understanding the role and personal liability of any employee and our zero tolerance policy that we implement after an associate receives training, and zero tolerance means exactly what it sounds like. And last, we provide training on how to comply with law enforcement as a partner to ensure compliance with any law. We don't have a large problem with that at all, but to the extent it becomes necessary. In addition to that training, we also provide training on local jurisdictions, City of Omaha specific provisions that are included, and I've listed some of those out there that we all of our employees with: the duty to display the license on the premises, the limited hours for legal sale. That will not be a problem here. We're closed long before the prohibited hours begin. And we focus on this because we want to provide, whatever neighborhood we're in, a safe, family-oriented option for those persons who wish to purchase beer to take home, to consume at their home with their meal or otherwise. In addition to what you've heard me run through here today, we also have internal auditing programs and proprietary software to ensure that there are no abnormal activities. We don't have those problems with that. All of our locations are completely equipped with surveillance cameras that monitor the cash registers, the front doors, and specifically wherever the alcohol is proposed to be located within the store. Okay. And because of the training and those compliance safeguards and procedures that we put in place on ourselves, we're proud to state that nationally our record of violations is 0.004%. And we're proud of that number. We want to get it lower, but we take the privilege seriously, and we would ask for your favorable consideration on this application. I'm available for any questions at the appropriate time. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. I think there will be some here in a minute. Any other proponents today? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing's closed. Mr. Begley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to make a motion, and I hate to do this on a liquor license, but to lay this over for 1 week to December 20th. I had a late day conversation with my friend and colleague, Mr. Palermo, who got some emails from constituents that's kind of the border of our districts, and they thought that was Councilman Palermo's district where this applicant is before us here today. So I would make a motion to request to lay this over for 1 week.
Would you like to continue that public hearing?
Please. Right. And thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Belli, one quick observation. So we drove by today on my lunch hour, and I also sneak in there from time to time to get a Mountain Dew when I go down to Olson's to get a couple donuts to wash my donuts down. So I know that's a newer story you got there. As I pulled into the lot, and I know that as I've been in there a few times, the people there, the dignity of those workers, they work super hard. It's a tough job. As I noticed on the east side of the property, on the fence line, there was a large couch in the brush area. And in fairness to your business that you're representing, I don't know if that's your property line or if that's the neighbors behind you, but I would hope that that could be removed because it would clean up not only the east side of the property, but also on the north side. There was a lot of trash on the north side of the building. So if you get that cleaned up in the next week, that would be great. And I know you want to be a good partner with the neighborhood, and maybe that couch got dumped there yesterday, I don't know. But if that could get cleaned up, that is an eyesore that I saw there. But that's my comments for today. I would want to make a motion to lay this over for a week. Thank you.
There's a motion. Is there a second? Second. Motion and a second. Mr. Palermo, you're recognized.
Thank you. And obviously, I'll be supporting the layover, but I did have a couple questions for you, sir, regarding Family Dollar. I know there's multiple stores in the city of Omaha. Could you refresh my memory and tell me, do any of the other Family Dollars within the Omaha city limits sell alcohol?
I don't have the exact number in front of me, but it's my understanding that they are moving forward to seek permission to do that in Omaha. I'm not positive. I'll certainly have that question answered before next week, whether there are any that are currently selling. I know there are in the state of Nebraska.
Okay, and that's fair, and I'll probably ask you again next week because I wasn't sure. Obviously, a quick check of the map will show most of the Family Dollars are on the eastern edge of Omaha. Obviously serve a purpose. I drive by this one frequently. I see the parking lot full, so there are people there. But a question always comes to my mind. One, the building is there, so do you have any plans to expand the building?
Not at this time. We are looking as we move forward at doing some stores that would be a joint or a dual banner, one being Family Dollar and the other being the parent company Dollar Tree. But as far as a concrete plan for this location, I don't have that today. Nothing that I'm aware of.
Okay. And the reason I ask is because I know the parking lot's full and people come here to shop for what they need. But if you're talking about adding alcohol sales, I wonder what you will shuffle around or discontinue to make room to sell alcohol.
We have a very small area. It's less than 10% of the floor area. That would be in a cooler located in the middle. And I think we filed a floor plan with the application, but it's located to the left front of the store. But all the items that are offered for sale now would be able to do this. Beer only takes a relatively very small space in the cooler.
Okay, appreciate that. And then also, with the stores and where they're located, again, by looking at the map, and some of the communication I received about individuals that may live nearby unhoused, what we certainly don't want is this to be the local refrigerator. So tell me about your plans to proceed with selling. Will you have individual sales? Is that your intent?
It's not our intent. I believe that there may have been a question on some other Omaha licenses that another attorney here handled. But we have no objection at all to not selling singles. Again, this is not discounted. We're not looking to sell vape products or anything like that. So if that was something that the council deemed appropriate to put on a recommendation, we would not object to that at all.
Okay, thank you, sir. And one thing I'll leave you with, because you have such good lighting, The litter around your store is very visible, even at nighttime. So I'm going to drive by next Tuesday, or maybe Monday night in the dark, and I hope to see that cleaned up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
There's no further lights. There's a motion and a second to lay over for 1 week and continue the public hearing. Yes. Roll call.
Bagley. Harding. Johnson. Melton. Palermo. Rowe. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0.
Thank you.
Item 22, to consider a Class C liquor license for Sofra Brunch located at 220 South 31st Street, Suite 3101.
Public hearing and vote on number 22 is today. We have the proponent by Zoom, Niels Joka. We'll get you off mute here in a second. There you go. Try that.
Yes, thank you for this opportunity to the City Council. Sofra Brunch is located in Midtown, right on Farnham Street. We're open from 7 a.m. to 2:30 every day, with the expectation that alcohol would mainly be selling during business hours on Saturdays and Sundays. This was the existing Grey Plume restaurant space that operated in the evenings, which we also hope to be open Thursday through Saturday evenings at a future date, but undecided so far. And for now, the hours of operation are 7 a.m. to 2:30. We offer the proper training for existing and for any new employees that come on board. We have cameras around the whole restaurant, with 2 of them specifically covering all areas of the bar. So we take this very seriously, and ask for your favorable consideration for an alcohol license, as we believe is detrimental to us succeeding as a restaurant in the long term, as Midtown area and Blackstone area grow together.
Thanks. And Niels, just your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, Niels Joja at 11639 Monroe Street in Omaha, Nebraska, 68137.
Great, thank you. Any other proponents that want to speak today? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing's closed. We do need to waive rule number 7.
Motion to approve with a waiver of rule number 7. Got to sneak that in, thanks.
I'll second. Roll call.
Bagley.
Aye.
Harding. Johnson. Melton. Palermo. Rowe. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0.
Thank you.
300 feet.
Item 23, to consider a Class C liquor license for Let It Fly, Nebraska, located at 1100 Capitol Avenue, Suites 101 to 102.
Public hearing and vote on number 23 is today. Proponents, please.
Mr. President, members of the council, Mike Kelly, 2804 South 87th Avenue. This is a new sports bar going on in the Capitol area, Capitol Grill area, and we would hear for any questions.
Thank you. Any other proponents today? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing's closed.
Motion to approve.
Second, roll call.
Bagley.
Aye.
Harding. Johnson. Melton. Palermo. Rowe. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0. Item 24, to consider a Class CCS liquor license for Nickelbees located at 2464 South 120th Street.
Public hearing and vote on number 24 is today. Proponents, please.
Good afternoon, Bill McGinn, McGinn Law Firm, 20 North 16th Street, Council Bluffs. With me is Timothy Vanderpool. Your address, Tim?
2464 South 120th Street, Omaha.
We are here for a approval of the transfer of ownership, and I'm not Mike Kelly, so I'm going to give you a little more information, because I know Mike you just trust. Anyway, to tell you a little bit about Tim and Laura are the son and daughter-in-law of Phil and Nancy Vanderpool. When you get into transferring ownership of a business to a younger generation, sometimes there is concern, because what does the younger generation really know about the business? Tim is a former employee at Nickelbees. He worked there for a few years. He has since then gone and worked both in the wholesale and retail tobacco industry on the East Coast. So he has basically built up a very good reputation nationally in the cigar industry. He also has experience working in the bar industry. He is familiar with the Nebraska laws and does take very seriously the responsibility of a bar, of what a liquor license entails. That being said, in the words of John Kennedy, it is time to pass the torch, even though it may be a cigar lighting torch, to a younger generation. So if you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer those.
Great, thank you. Any other proponents today? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed. Motion and a second. Roll call.
Bagley. Harding. Johnson. Melton. Palermo. Rowe. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0. Consent agenda. Any member of the city council may cause any item placed on the consent agenda to be removed. Items removed from the consent agenda shall be taken up by the city council immediately following the consent agenda in the order in which they were removed, unless otherwise provided by the city council rules of order.
We've had a request to lay over item number 28 by the applicant and by the city. So first, we'll address items number 25 through 27 and 29 through 30. Those public hearings were held on December 6th. I don't see any lights. Is there a motion? Motion and a second. Roll call.
Bagley. Harding. Johnson. Melton. Palermo. Rowe. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0.
We'll now take item number 28. Is there a motion to lay over to January 24th? Motion and a second. Roll call.
Bagley. Harding. Johnson. Melton. Palermo. Rowe. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0.
On our next items, we've had a request to remove item number 48. So first, we'll take the public hearings on agenda items number 31 through 47 and 49 through 51. If you wish to address the city council regarding these items, please come to the microphone, indicate the agenda item number you wish to address, identify yourself by name, address, and who you represent, and if you are a proponent or an opponent. I don't see any. Public hearing is closed. The motion and a second. Roll call.
Bagley. Harding. Johnson. Oh, Johnson. Melton. Palermo. Rowe. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0.
We'll now take up item number 48.
Item 48, a resolution to approve the appointment of Dave Wingert as a member of the City of Omaha Property Maintenance Appeals Board to serve a term from December 14th, 2022 and expiring on July 23rd, 2023.
Public hearing on number 48 is today. Any proponents? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed. Ms. Johnson, you're recognized.
Yes, is Mr. Wingert available? All right. Seeing no one showing up, I'm going to go ahead and voice some concerns. The City of Omaha, on record, has stated that we're moving toward making a fair and equitable workplace environment. And so with that being said, these committees that we have on the city, I'm not so sure, as well as community members, are not really sure who the members are. Currently, the website does not show that there is a diverse group of individuals on these committees, and I've asked over and over again that these appointments at least have the resume includes a photo, or that someone would show up to present to the residents of Omaha, Nebraska, who is serving on these committees. So there are several options here. We can either be present during these appointments so that we can see that we do have a diverse group of individuals on these committees. We could thereby put pictures regarding the members of these committees on the websites. We could also submit a picture of the applicant on their resume, a picture of them. But as it may, again, being a person of color on the city council, it is my responsibility, my due diligence, to ensure that we are making or creating a fair and equitable environment for the entire city of Omaha, Nebraska, and that does begin with these committee appointments. So in this case, since there is no one here, I will not be able to support this.
Thank you. Mr. Harding, you're recognized.
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. No further lights. Roll call.
Bagley. Harding. Johnson. Melton. Palermo. Rowe. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 6-1.
And Madam Clerk, before we continue, I just want to make a note that we have Christy Abdul-Green here with us. I was going to have her speak to an item in this previous grouping, which has already passed and already been approved, which is the good news, but just wanted to introduce her as the new director of Keep Omaha Beautiful. And we just approved her planting 300 new trees throughout the city, so we appreciate it and look forward to working with you. Thanks. Next item.
Item 52, an ordinance levying a special tax and assessment for the Benson Business Improvement District, number 6875. A's amendment of the whole requested by the Parks Department.
The vote on number 52 is today. We have an amendment of the whole. Roll call.
Bagley. Harding. Johnson. Melton. Palermo. Rowe. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0. Item 53, an ordinance levying a special tax and assessment for the Elkhorn Business Improvement District, number 6878. A's amendment of the whole requested by the Parks Department.
The vote on number 53 is today, also an amendment of the whole. Roll call.
Bagley. Harding. Johnson. Melton. Palermo. Rowe. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0. Item 54, an ordinance levying a special tax and assessment for the North 24th Street Business Improvement District, number 6879. A is amendment of the whole requested by the Parks Department.
The vote on number 54 is today. Is there a motion?
A motion to approve.
The amendment of the whole?
Amendment of the whole, yes. Second.
Motion and a second. Roll call.
Bagley. Harding. Johnson. Melton. Palermo. Rowe. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0. Item 55, an ordinance levying a special tax and assessment for the South Omaha Business Improvement District, number 6880. A is amendment of the whole requested by the Parks Department.
The vote on number 55 is today. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
The amendment of the whole?
The amendment of the whole. Second.
Motion and a second. Roll call.
Bagley. Harding. Johnson. Melton. Palermo. Rowe. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0. Items 56 and 57 relate to the streetcar. Item 56, an ordinance authorizing and approving one or more lease purchase agreements with the Public Facilities Corporation to provide funds to finance the cost for streetcars. Item 57, an ordinance authorizing and providing for the issuance of redevelopment bonds in an amount not to exceed $360 million to complete a streetcar system.
The vote on items number 56 and 57 are today. As everyone knows, we had an extensive public hearing on this item last week, and that public hearing is closed. But there was an assignment from the City Council to the Mayor's Office and to MUD as a result of our last meeting that we have asked for a brief report on to start this discussion. So I'm going to have Ms. Taylor come up, and I think a representative from MUD. I believe there's been progress made, and I believe you're able to assure us today there will be no water rate as a result of the streetcar project. Ms. Taylor.
Good afternoon, President Festerman, members of City Council. Jennifer Taylor, City Law Department. As I advised you this morning, and as we've talked about extensively over the last several days, over the last month, the City and MUD representatives have met extensively. Over the past week in particular, we've had a number of correspondences and conversations, and we even met as recently as yesterday afternoon. I've had very, very positive meetings, or we have had very positive meetings with MUD staff, with our staff, and we've had good discussions, and I really greatly appreciate the cooperation that both parties have shown in trying to work towards a compromise and a future set of policies and a way to operate going forward for the streetcar. So we have looked at various different funding solutions that would be beneficial to both the city and the project and MUD. We've identified several opportunities to maximize efficiencies, minimize costs, and will continue to work towards an agreeable framework to appropriately and fairly apportion expenses between the project and MUD. I am very confident after our meetings, especially yesterday and our recent conversations, even this morning with Mr. Mendenhall, that both MUD and the city will continue to work together in good faith to maximize those efficiencies of design and construction to assure that there is no negative impact on MUD's ratepayers.
Thank you. And an MUD representative, is it Mr. Mendenhall today? Yep, gotcha.
Yeah, good afternoon. Mark Mendenhall, Senior Vice President, General Counsel, Metropolitan Utilities District, 7350 World Communications Drive.
And your thoughts on the matter?
I appreciate Ms. Taylor's comments. I appreciate her confidence. I cannot sit here and express to you all that we are confident that this will result in no rate increase. What I will say is that we are confident that we will continue to work with the city. We will work in good faith to minimize costs through design efficiencies, as she's indicated. The meeting yesterday, the result of that meeting was, and that we agreed upon, is an effort to identify essentially these buckets that we could apportion costs for. Who ultimately is responsible for those costs, I think, is yet to be determined. And so I, on behalf of the 7 members of the district's board of directors, while we certainly share in a goal to not have utility relocations as a result of the streetcar result in water or gas rate increases, without having gone through this exercise, which I anticipate we will continue to do, but I anticipate it will take time. I cannot state that with confidence that that will be the end result.
So it's true, it will take time. I think we're only at not even 30% design on the project, and that's true of other utilities too, OPPD, for example. But what we want from you, though, is an expression of confidence that the streetcar project will not expressly cause a rise in sewer or water rate increases, as was discussed last week.
Well, as far as sewer is concerned, again, that's controlled by City of Omaha. As far as water and gas,
Should say water and gas. I'm sorry.
Nope, I understand. What I am able to say is that we are here and we expect to continue to work with the city in an effort to minimize costs through the design process, and further, that we will work towards a collective, what I believe is a collective shared goal that would result in no water or gas rate increases and no tax increases.
Okay.
That's as much as I can say, Mr. President.
Thank you. That's what I was looking for. And Mr.
Well, it does not mean that ultimately will happen, that there has not been an agreement, but that's what I'm confident to say right now.
Yes. And is there a mayor's office representative here too? I think Mr. Jensen, perhaps? Yeah. Ultimately, the agreement that I think Mr. Menhall is describing is probably an MOU of some kind, or something that clearly spells out these responsibilities. So the mayor's office confidence that there will be no water or gas rate increase as a result of the streetcar project.
Steve Jensen, Mayor's Office. I think that, as Mr. Mendenhall said, as was expressed by Jennifer, I think that certainly that is the goal, and I think that we're confident that the 2 buckets that we've identified as we go through the process and we get to the 30% design, we will know who pays what, and I think it will be a fair split between the city and between the project and the and MUD, and so I'm confident that that we'll be able to reach that agreement. And I think that at the end of the day, we won't see a rate increase.
And the mayor's confident in that too.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Melton, your light's on.
Thank you. I just want to be clear, I don't think that anybody can guarantee there won't be any rate increases, because there was a rate increase last week. What we're looking for is that there's no rate increase due to this project. Because otherwise, I just want to make sure that the people, the citizens of Omaha, understand that that the city of Omaha can't control those rate increases as they occur. We just don't want this project to create the additional expense. But Ms. Taylor, if I could have you come back up.
Jennifer Taylor, City Law Department.
Thank you. I mean, are you confident that you're going to be able to work this out? Because I had really wanted to see some kind of agreement. I actually thought an agreement had been reached, but I was out this morning. So we haven't reached a tentative agreement at this point.
No, what we have discussed, and I appreciate Mr. Mendenhall is being accurate as an attorney would be. We can't predict everything, so I can't guarantee you that we will absolutely agree 100% on everything. But I am confident that we had a very good meeting yesterday. I am confident that we can find a way to fairly and appropriately apportion the cost to the project and to MUD in a way that both parties feel are fair. What we did yesterday is we set forth the beginnings of a dialogue that will determine what costs we think are appropriate project costs and what costs that all the parties agree are appropriate MED cost, and continue to work through that to maximize those efficiencies to reduce the cost overall. As we work through that, we'll identify those line items that are belong to each party, and I have no doubt we'll come to an agreement.
Because at this point, we don't know what the cost is going to be because it's only 30% design. So when we were presented with percentages of rate increases last week, there was no way to actually put any figures behind that to say that they were accurate.
Correct, which is why I think what we discussed yesterday when we met in person was it seemed to make more sense to identify which types of costs would be appropriate for each party to absorb. And then once we understand what those costs are, we've already identified that's a project cost, that's an immediate cost. So that's what we're working towards, and I think we're going to get there very easily.
Okay.
I mean, I may be more confident in Mr. Mendenhall, but I think we've got a very good cooperative rapport going, and I have no doubt we can get there.
Okay. Thank you for that. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Ms. Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last week, we talked a little bit about some assurance, the willingness on the city's part to address some of the poor public transportation that is currently being provided by the Public Transportation Center throughout the city of Omaha going north to south. Mr. Jensen indicated that he was going to come back today and provide some additional information. I've gotten a letter from Metro indicating some plans about some long-term strategic plan. Again, no confirmation of light at the end of the tunnel. I also have information from the streetcar extension. Again, it starts off with potential extensions. Again, my concern or my question was to show the action that the city is willing to put sweat in the game to address the poor transportation that is currently being provided by public transportation throughout the city of Omaha in underserved communities, north and south. I don't have anything updated to me that addressed that ask. So if you could share some additional information, maybe I don't have everything I need.
Steve Jensen, the mayor's office. As you requested last week, we reached out to Metro regarding their plans for North 24th Street and for bus shelters. And so the correspondence that you have from Metro lays out what they're working on. I think in there you'll find a portion where they say that they're looking forward to moving forward with their plans for North 24th Street and for bus shelters for the system. So, what I can tell you is what they said in their memo that you have, and the plans that they have for moving forward. So it's a Metro responsibility to do transit. City works with them and is happy to help them in any way we can. We're anxious to see how their plan moves forward. We're happy to work with them on that plan, but that's really a Metro responsibility. With regard to the extensions to the north and south, as you heard from Mr. Noddle earlier today, the Streetcar Authority has asked their executive director to move forward with speaking with the federal officials about the process and to begin the process of discussing extensions. And so what you receive from the planning department is really an outline of the steps it would take and then how long it would take for that work to be accomplished. So that work is actually already begun in terms of the Streetcar Authority asking for that to begin, and then the process that you have before you from the planning department is how long it would take and the steps that would be required.
So for the record, the information that I got from Metro again indicates that they have a plan, but the light at the end of the tunnel to their plan is more than 5 years out. As it relates to the extension on the streetcar, total timeline could be anywhere from 8.5 to 10 years. Again, I'm in the same spot that I was in last week, where there's no light at the end of the tunnel for public transportation to be fixed going north to south anytime soon. Meanwhile, individuals are without bus shelters in underserved communities. And again, I ask, what is the commitment of the city to assist in getting those barriers to underserved communities, public transportation, and at the very least treat them like they are human by providing bus shelters? Yes, you asked the question. Metro provides transportation. The city doesn't provide transportation, yet we're providing streetcars. Is that not transportation?
Well, the city is working together with Metro on the streetcar. And so for that project, the city is working on the streetcar, yes. And
So when the city chooses to assist with making plans to address issues of transportation, they can lend a hand. And I've asked that that be done in this instance because transportation has been lacking for people in underserved communities for a very long time, more than 10 years, for decades. And yet we still have a public transportation on Dodge Street that is being duplicated. We have Orbit that's going the same route, pretty much. The Orbit extends beyond the proposed route that the streetcar will go, but nonetheless, it is a duplication of service. And yet we still have a lack of public transportation going north and south. I know everyone is not excited to hear this from me, but these are the realities. Realities since we started from day one, that there are some inequities regarding public transportation in underserved communities that the city of Omaha, along with MAPA, has failed to address for decades. So in good conscience, I'm not able to support this until those issues have been addressed. At the very least, put bus shelters in place. MAPA has assured me they have 25 bus shelters. They're just sitting on a shelf. Why can't they put them out? There's no reason for that. There is no explanation. There's no valid explanation. All we get is, let's hold on. Hope is coming. When? When is hope coming? That's all I'm asking for. That's all the citizens in North Omaha, South Omaha is asking for. When is hope coming? Today? 10 years from now? When? Put that amount of dedication that is being put on streetcar into providing a plan to address the underserved community in this city as it relates to transportation. It's a reasonable, fair request. So the task that I asked last week still has not been met because all I'm being told is 5 years plus, I may see light at the end of the tunnel. Folks may see reliable transportation going north to south. May, emphasis on may. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Begley, you're recognized.
Thanks, Mr. President. A comment and then I got a question. And I'm sorry to see that Mr. Rubin, who spoke last week, isn't here today. And in the sake of time in last week's long meeting, I didn't get a chance to, I wanted to ask him, he had referenced in his remarks that he wasn't clear where the city or HDR got their analysis. So when he wrote his op-ed in the paper and prior comments he made, I thought it struck me that he said he didn't know where those statistics came from. So in talking to people within the city and HDR, nobody had heard from Mr. Rubin when he wrote that story. So I wish I could have asked him that, because I found it odd that he made that clear in his remarks, but yet he never, that anybody at HCR that I talked to, and they looked for me in the city as well, that he didn't reach out to anybody to clarify where they got their statistics, because maybe he would have maybe understood them a little better than when he wrote his op-ed. So question for Jennifer, please.
Jennifer Taylor, City Law Department.
Appreciate your efforts, Jennifer, and the briefings you gave us. And so the meeting you had yesterday, it was just, can you tell us who was at the meeting? I'm not going to ask for details in it, but just confirm who was there.
Of course. Mr. Doyle, Mr. Mendenhall, Mr. Shafford, and Mr. Kubat from MUD, Mr. Jensen, Mr. Curtis, and myself from the city.
Okay. And the mayor wasn't there, but I'm assuming you were speaking on behalf of the mayor in the meetings with MUD. Is that?
On behalf of the city, Mr. Jensen was there, so yes, all of us were representing the mayor and city staff.
Okay, so even though the mayor wasn't there, you're there on behalf of the mayor?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That's all I got.
Thank you. Mr. Harding.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to maybe hit some highlights from last week of what we're actually considering here today. We talked about making sure that this council took their time in analyzing the information that's being provided to us. I think we talked a little bit about I likened it to a due diligence period, that we have gone through the process. This process has done a couple things. One, it has confirmed by two different analysis and two different models to go through that to confirm that the revenue source is more than sufficient that would be generated by the TIF for the design and construction of this, and that we have found through this investigation that by using a different vehicle, that being maybe a lease purchase bond rather than a redevelopment bond, that we can save project costs using that. So I think we have, and it makes sense that we didn't make a decision on this months ago, because we needed to do that. We needed to do that deep dive. We needed to make sure that, one, we confirmed the revenue source, and that two, we looked at ways of saving costs of the project. So I think those were accomplished. We saw Municap's analysis. We saw HCR's analysis. We have since also had a review from Moody's and Standard & Poor's on the city's financial stability, and from reports, they're very comfortable with how we're proceeding as well too. So I just wanted to, we labored on this at great length last week, and I just, again, wanted to hit some of those 50,000-foot highlights as to why I'm supportive of it, but also to illustrate that we did do our due diligence on this, and we did make sure that we were measured in our analysis of this. So I'll be supporting this when it comes to a vote.
Thank you. Mr. Palermo.
Thank you, Mr. President. Brighten up, everyone. We were here till 8:30 last week. We're well ahead of that pace. We were well ahead of that pace. Mr. Harding, thank you. I can take that part out of catching us up to where we are. But honestly, what this is it's moving forward as a city. Omaha's a big city. People don't quite understand that. Sometimes it's hard for me to fathom that, but we are. We're a big city. We do have a luxury. I don't vote for it, but we have a luxury to annex and to keep annexing. I'm not going to get into details of net neutral, net positive, and all that stuff. But eventually, we're going to be out of land to annex. We're going to eventually be at the end, and somebody's going to have to make that decision when we're at the end, because nobody's going to want to swallow up that at the end. It's not going to be worth it. And we're going to have a lot of housing and a lot of strip malls, but we're only going to have one urban core. And the problem is, if you don't start investing in the urban core now and working on that infill, we heard it last week about building up and working on density, we're going to be in trouble. We really, really are. But when you work on infill and you work on density and you talk about building up, right now you can get to certain places in the urban core with your car. But before long, you're not going to be able to, especially when we bring in and add to the businesses we have here and put them in certain places within that urban core. So I've heard so many emails over the course of the last 5 or 6 years being on this council about how everyone was against the streetcar. I've heard everything from just make it a trolley and we don't need it and nobody's going to ride it. And then we had another wrinkle last week of the MED part, which I'll get to eventually. But you have to think about what's happening with the city of Omaha. And again, when I talk about the urban core, we're not just talking about putting a fixed rail in. We're talking about creating jobs, especially jobs that my district fulfills within this city, that tourism offers. There's going to be jobs up and down this corridor. There will be jobs added to this urban core area that we need, and they're going to be good jobs. And not only that, besides the jobs, there's going to be business owners that are needed within this urban core, because we're going to create a lot of businesses besides housing. And then you talk about those who are going to build this. These are going to be union jobs, hopefully, skilled jobs, of course, that are going to build along this urban circulator. I mean, that's what it's going to be. We're going to need a way to get a large amount of people around the urban core, because eventually we're going to be out of land. I think the last time I asked the planning director, he might have said 25 years. And I think I questioned that we would be to a point where annexation would come to a halt. I think it's a lot less than that. Look around. Other cities are slowing up. Omaha's not doing that. It's not just the mindset of the urban core. It's about attracting, retaining, and building with what we have. Now, that's the other part of it. That's what we have got away from of what's in front of us to vote on today. So, as we hear about people that don't want to ride it, or they're not going to ride it, hey, I'm probably one of them with some of my friends. Maybe we won't ride it. I'm sure there'll be a time I will, but I'm still going to need a car. That's okay. There's still a benefit to the city of Omaha with having a fixed rail system in the urban core. And I'm not even going to go into the part of where we expand north and south, which is obviously 2.0, both sides moving forward. But there are people that will live in this urban core, that will work in this urban core, that will raise their family in this urban core, that will depend on this to get around. And when I said last week that we couldn't have did it before, we couldn't have. We didn't have a way to pay for it without going the federal route, which takes forever, and there's so many stipulations. We have a corridor within the city along this proposed route that has development there to finally figure out a way to pay for this. It is there. And the longer we wait, it's going to go away, because the funding sources just isn't going to be there. So it truly is now or never to move forward with this. If you're not going to ride it, don't ride it. But I promise you, the economic development along it, you will benefit from. You will absolutely benefit from. So that's the other part, adding on to Councilmember Harding's of where we are and to get us caught up. So besides the people who said they're not going to ride it, and a good email I got even today was, yeah, Vinny, we're down here at the club, we're all against it. And I sent back, I said, well, I'm sure you're against the CHI Center too, and maybe the Leahy Park and a couple other things. And the person responded back and said, yeah, you're right. We'll wait. We have to take this step as a city. It is truly now or never. That's the bottom line. We have to sell these bonds, or we have to get these bonds ready to sell to move forward with the Mutual of Omaha Tower. We need that in the urban core. We want that in the urban core. This is $1 billion of development and jobs that will be created around this building. Who doesn't want another skyscraper in Omaha? I do. If you don't, we got a lot of suburbs around us, and they'll gladly take you. I want this in Omaha. I want the streetcar in Omaha. I will stand by what we're doing, knowing, again, that we're going to be out of room, folks. We really are. And then what? Then you're going to say, man, I wish the city would have did something to build up. Now look at us. So 1857, we were incorporated. And I had to look at the plaque. I knew it was like that. 57, 59. Sometimes you forget those years. And shortly after that, some of these gas and water mains were put in the city of Omaha. Think about that, 140 years ago. So when we have an opponent come up and say, well, we think, but maybe we're going to work on it. We don't think there's going to be a rate increase. It hits the news, and that's the story. People forget about what's really important here, which is the streetcar, and the story becomes, well, don't vote for that streetcar, Vinny, because my MED is going to go up. Well, guess what, folks? It's going up next year anyway. I assume. Sorry for you board members who don't vote on a rate increase, but that's just the way it works. See, MED is a great company, and they're just like the city. They have great employees. And they're set up to serve our city from the river to the east to the river to the west and the one to the south. They call that the triangle. The gas is a little different. It's bought and sold just like a commodity. They cannot determine the gas rates. It's a supply and demand issue. So that's why they have board members. That's why they have elected board members to determine if your rates are going to go up or down depending on what they have. So how do we help them as a city? How do we solve a direct benefit to their issue of selling more gas? Because here's how MED works. If you have a meter on your house, if you have a water meter, you use water, it goes through and you get a bill. If you have a gas meter, it goes through and it clicks, and I think it's a therm, I'll call it. And that's MED's cash register. I'm sorry I'm giving you the tutorial, but with all the emails I have, I feel it's important to explain this to folks that are listening and those that are here. And every time that meter moves, their cash register clicks. That's what keeps their rates low. See, MED's rates have to be lower than those who surround them, otherwise they can get swallowed up. That's just the way it is. So as we grow, MED grows. As we build, as economic development happens along this light rail, as the fixed cost of your gas or water main along a parking lot is still there, what happens is when you build in that parking lot, when you take that current two-story house or two-story building, and because we know a fixed line will make that 8-story building, and say that 8-story building has some mixed use and say 150 apartments. Well, each apartment's probably going to be individually metered and back to the cash register thing. This is what happens. MED will collect, and it's great for them because it helps all of us. The more people that use gas and water, the lower our rates are. As we work on infill, as we work on development, changes do happen. Reminder, the lines they put underground, and I don't know if they're 6, 8, 16, 24. I'm sure cast iron, if they're 140 years old. I'm not a scientist, but I guarantee with 140 years of water going through a cast iron main, they are at the end of their service life. That is fact, and I'm not a scientist. So I know these mains are that old. So if you have a public infrastructure project that says we're going to move these mains, or say we may need to move these mains, and oh, and by the way, whoever's also in this hole of what we excavate, here's your chance to replace what you know, not what you've neglected. There's no determination on, and I will say that, See, I've been on main breaks before. There's a little hidden fact for some. I've been on them, and I used to work for the gas company. So I was the first one to show up on these main breaks. And there was no rhyme or reason if a brand new service or main that was put in the ground broke or one that was 140 years old. But what we did know is the ones that were old, we phased out because the odds were those were the ones that were going to break. So as we move forward and we move forward with this project, it is clear that there is a direct benefit to the gas company. They have elected members, and if they don't understand this, then don't vote for them next time, because that's ridiculous for them to say they don't understand that. Add cash registers to buildings, they collect money. When we build up this area and we put a cash register on every one of these buildings, it's a direct benefit. Mr. Mendenhall.
Mark Mendenhall, 7350 World Communications Drive.
How are you, sir?
Well,
so we serve on committees. I ask a lot of questions, and a lot of it pertains to how we as a city can manage our budget and keep costs low for people. And I used to be the chair of the Public Works Committee, and as you know, when street cuts or sidewalks or things happen within the street at city property, like if a MUD main breaks, like we were talking about age of the infrastructure, that there would be a cost associated with it. So I've always kind of kept up on the revolving door of cost of those who owed the city money. And I'm not 100% clear on where we're at if there's going to be a rate increase because of this streetcar. I think with what I laid out, if those who sent you here didn't hear that, then they probably need to refigure out what's going on along this line, and maybe they don't know. But what I do know is that I asked for information from our city, and I said, we haven't raised our mill levy. We maintain a budget, and we do it when people owe us money. And I know at one time MUD owed us a lot of money for street cuts or for sidewalks or for whatever panel work we had. And we stayed open for business. You were still able to flush your toilet, and your signals worked, and police and fire still showed up. But we did this when people owed us money. Now, I heard you come up and say you're going to work in good faith and effort with the city to make sure we can work together and hopefully not be much more of a rate increase that there would already be for the ratepayers. But what I know is MUD owes the city about $2 million right now to the Public Works Department. So my question to you is, will you work in good faith and effort with us to help remedy these bills, because the one on there is over 900 days old, to help us so we can maintain like we do for the city?
and the question is,
Will you work in good faith with the city to help with the bills that MUD owes the city?
I have, on behalf of the district's law department, I will say with absolute confidence, done nothing but work in good faith with the Public Works Department, whether that be the sewer division or the construction division. There have been various changes within personnel within the city side that I think have contributed to delays to submit invoicing. There have been some changes within the district's construction division that have also contributed. To the best of my knowledge, Mr. Palermo, the district is well caught up, and your $2 million figure, I don't have the benefit of whatever you're looking at. I honestly don't know what you're talking about. There have been payments made. I just approved one for just yesterday for $130,000 for paving cuts, just like you've been explaining, for a period of September 16th to September 30th of 2022. So from my perspective, absent any disputes, and there are disputes, as you can imagine, when there is a pavement cut, our team, and I would say whether it be our claims division, our construction division, from my perspective, works well with the public works division at that level. When there have been disputes, and there have been and there will be, on how far the cut should be expanded, how much underminement might be as a result of the break, we have always worked in good faith. There was a delay over the period of, I would say, 2021, as a result of, as I described it, some personnel changes. The district, and a lot of these invoices flowed through my department, paid a significant amount of money to catch up. And again, from my perspective, I just approved an amount of money from September 16th to September 30th. So to the best of my knowledge, absent any dollars that we are disputing, and it is not $2 million, we have caught up. If there are, please share it with me, or I will expect to work with Mr. Stubbe to determine what that amount is, and absolutely, if we owe it, and there's no dispute, we'll pay it. So,
Okay.
Hope that answers that.
Not really, but I understand what you're saying. You came up here and said you're going to work in good faith with the city of Omaha to make sure ratepayers don't absorb the cost of a dedicated light rail going in. And I've just explained to you how it would be cost benefit to MUD along this rail to make that happen. And then I also expressed how old these mains were and how maybe they weren't on the projected timetable of a crew getting out to fix them. But what I can tell you is the crew that showed up in front of my house last week to change my low pressure gas to high pressure when nobody had an issue on the street. And I think you made mention of, well, if we have crews, we have to allocate them, and we have to make sure crews are available to do the work. Well, my street could have waited, but they showed up last week and started that project, and that's great. I appreciate it. There was no problems, though. So, yeah, I asked for this information because you answer to board members, and we answer to constituents. And our constituents ask us of stuff, just like your board members ask you. And our constituents would probably be surprised that there are people within this city that owe us a lot of money, but we still do it. We still maintain. We still stay open besides the pandemic. So this is information I have that I asked for. Could be old, but I do have somebody to ask behind me if it's old or not. Director Stubbe. I talked too long. He's gone. Mr. Curtis.
Steve Curtis, City Finance.
Tough question for you, but are you aware of any payments that MUD may owe the city of Omaha that have a long window of past due?
Yes.
Do you know about what that amount would be?
I know the total outstanding is about 1.8 million.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Curtis. Thank you, Mr. Mendenhall. Thank you, Mr. President.
Ms. Melton, your light's on, right?
Yes, thank you. Back to my microphone. I promise you that I will not be as long as Councilman Palermo. I appreciate
I cut it
what
short.
you said, but I promise I'm going to be short.
I cut it short.
Then thank you. I wanted to just do a little recap because of the emails that I'm getting that says I don't want to waste, $450 million of my dollars on a streetcar. And whoever's closest, Miss Taylor, are you hiding behind there because I can't see you from the podium? Oh, there you are there. Okay, sorry. I don't have a full view of the whole room, but I was guessing you were close. I just want to recap. We're voting on number 56 and 57. Initially, we had all of the bonds were going to be redevelopment bonds. The redevelopment bonds in 57 have not changed. It's the how the funding works. It is still private investors that are buying the bonds, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so in 57, the taxpayers are not on the hook for those bonds. It's the investors and the people that buy the bonds that are supporting those bonds.
Correct. Those bonds are non-recourse to the city.
So what's changed is in item 56, it's 80 million in lease purchase bonds. So only $80 million of the project is going to be lease purchase bonds. Those bonds are still going to be paid for by the TIF, by the TIF money that the developers will be paying, correct?
Correct.
Okay. The only difference between the two is in the event there is not enough development to pay the $80 million bonds back, which we would have to have zero development for the taxpayers to be on the hook for $80 million. Now, we have Mutual of Omaha. Once we do this, Mutual of Omaha is developing.
Correct.
And rough estimate for me of how much development that is.
Between the new tower and the existing campus, we estimate about $1 billion in development.
And
with a B.
And yeah, with a B, yes, as in boy. And with that, we know that that's that's guaranteed development, which means the lease purchase bonds will be paid back through the money that Mutual of Omaha will be then paying into the fund.
Correct.
Correct?
It's cash flow fund that will come, but
It's a cash flow fund.
their
But
development will generate revenues, yes.
And what I'm saying though is, okay, let's say all development stops and, Jay Lund moves, because he's been developing a lot. You're not moving, are you, Jay? He's done a lot of development. He's developed an area of town that I would have never thought really 10 years ago would be a place I'd invest my money, yet it's a great location. The Blackstone Hotel, the Cottonwood is fabulous. So let's just say, though, that nobody develops anymore other than Mutual of Omaha. It's still not going to be the taxpayers on the hook for these bonds because we have enough development really in Mutual of Omaha's campuses to pay these bonds.
Correct.
Isn't that correct?
Correct.
And then with the additional development, with the other developers that will be developing, that will fund the lease purchase bonds. So the only difference is we have 80 million will be backed by taxpayers in the event there's no development whatsoever and Mutual of Omaha doesn't build.
Correct, and only to the extent that there is any shortfall. So it's not even the full amount of an annual tax payment, it is only what might not be covered by the revenue that comes in.
And even if we have to pay some of that, we are reimbursed by that fund,
Excess
correct?
revenues that come in later years, yes. So there is, it's a wash.
And so that's where I wanted to just recap because again, the number of emails I get doesn't matter, unfortunately, how much I say it when they said, it's a waste of my taxpayer dollars. This is not being funded with taxpayer funds.
No.
And in fact, Kansas City, they actually did fund their streetcar with taxpayer dollars and they increased taxes to do it.
I think that's how Kansas City did it. I know a number of municipalities have funded their streetcars through general fund and taxpayer dollars. That is not how we're doing it here.
And that is not how the city of Omaha is doing it.
Correct.
So if the people out in West Omaha that say they don't want to go downtown and ever ride the streetcar ever, well, they're not paying for it, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that's what I really just wanted to call that out, that first of all, it's only 80 million, that there's some slight chance the taxpayer would have to pay if zero development happens in Omaha. And that's just, we've averaged 160 million in that corridor over the last, it was either 5 or 10 years from the.
Every year for the last 12 years, 13 years.
13, okay, even more than I thought. And so there's absolutely no reason to believe that would continue. And even if it was less than that, still the money generated would pay that $80 million.
By just the development we know is going to come as of today.
You know that we're going to have at least
Yes.
enough to pay the 80 million.
Yes.
And that's the only one that the taxpayers potentially are backing. It's the city. The city would have to pay it if it wasn't funded, but the chances of that are really slim to none.
Correct.
Okay. And I just wanted to confirm that and to explain that so that when I can reply to the emails, I can say that that's what we did. And I'm not going to reiterate what I said last week, but just to summarize, development in downtown Omaha broadens the tax base. And we collect more taxes, we collect more sales taxes. And in fact, when you're talking about downtown, we collect a lot of money from people who don't live in Omaha, who are coming into our city. I mean, our board does a great job marketing our city. And we've increased the number of people that we have coming into the city. We used to just have the College World Series. We now have volleyball tournaments and basketball tournaments. And City of Omaha has really increased the number of big events that we have. So as we grow our city, this is what we need to do. If we just stop growing our city, the rest of the taxpayers, then our taxes will go up.
Correct.
If we don't broaden our tax base, we don't keep our urban core vibrant. So again, I think we heard that we are benefiting. I think Councilman Harding said that. We're benefiting the entire city, even if you never use the streetcar whatsoever. Number one, you're not paying for it. But actually, all the taxpayers are going to reap the benefits of it.
Correct.
With the developers paying for it. It really, to me, is a win-win. And again, I challenged the developers 10 years ago when they wanted a streetcar. Give me a way that we can get the streetcar without the taxpayers paying for it. And again, people have said, well, this is something the voters should vote on. Well, the voters are the taxpayers and they're not paying for it. And these don't require a vote of the people. They're not paying for it. The other bonds, we are backing. The taxpayers are paying for those. The majority of our bonds don't increase taxes because we're able to manage our debt service without increasing taxes. The parks, the safety bonds that we pass on an annual basis. And in fact, would you agree, I mean, we haven't had to increase any of the taxes for the huge street resurfacing bond that the mayor asked for, that we're resurfacing the streets, or I think 3 to 4 times what we used to, because, and thank you, Mr. Curtis, for helping manage our spending so that we can continue to make that debt service. And although we had the authority to raise taxes, we haven't done so.
That is correct.
And you don't see that changing at all in the future, do you?
I can't predict the future, but no, we've done a very good job of managing our debt and our expenses and what we're doing from a city financial perspective. So I think we'll continue to do that.
And I think that's how and in fact, that's how this administration has operated for the last 10 years. Very fiscally conservative, very fiscally responsible, and this council has supported that as well. I would not be voting for something if I felt it was going to cause the taxpayers to pay for it or there would be any increase in taxes. So the reason that I am supporting this is, number one, I support the vision for downtown. And I support attracting jobs and attracting people to our city. But I'm also supporting it because I'm confident that $80 million will be covered by the TIF loans and by the developers, because I firmly believe that we will have development in downtown Omaha and that it's not going to stop. The other $360 million is being paid for and is not backed by the citizens of Omaha, so the taxpayers don't have to worry about that at all.
Also correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're
I
welcome.
have nothing further.
Thank you, Mr. Begley.
Thanks, Mr. President. A follow-up, Jen, you can sit down. I don't have any more questions for you. In general, looking back when the mayor rolled out the streetcar in conjunction with Mutual of Omaha moving downtown, so we went through that process, and we were in this room, and it was a presentation that HDR put on there was a few of us here that day, and we had the TVs that we were watching. And one of the things that struck me was an overview of Omaha, showing downtown Omaha, Midtown, an aerial view. And it showed a lot of concrete from that aerial view. And as we went through this, studying the process, Municap, city, planning, public works, mayors, everybody that was involved. And if you do, I did a ride along, and you go up Farnham, you drive up and down, and you see what I saw in that aerial view. As you drive, you see a lot of empty lots. So as we talk about developing the urban core and being a city, I think was Councilman Palermo mentioned earlier, when CHI, when that process went forward in the late 90s, early 2000s, you look at what Councilmember Melton mentioned, all the things we got in Omaha going on now, from the Final Fours in volleyball, basketball, horse events, you name it. It's going on downtown. You got the Capitol District, you got Millworks, Leahy, Steelhouse, you got all these things that have gone on in the last 25 years. And as you look at the empty lots and the potential, what Omaha can do, instead of parking cars on them, you have parking garages, you move cars around with the streetcar. From the west end again, I know I might sound like a broken record, but you have Nebraska Medical Center, UNMC, and the great potential of Project Next, if that gets over the finish line, which all indications are it will. I don't know if it's $2.5 or $3 billion project, about 35,000 construction jobs just for that, 10,000 permanent jobs. If you can imagine, envision the investment that Omaha has made in the last 25 years, and the investment that is being proposed here today with the streetcar in conjunction with Mutual, I think if you do the math on it, it's about $1 billion right there. And back to those empty lots, the development that'll happen on those empty lots, the skin in the game that people will develop them and assume the risk with the TIF that they'll be taking out and developing along that line is the reason I am supporting this today, because in 50 years, you can look back like we did 25 years ago or whenever it was when CHI and all those other great things happened. With that comes jobs. Jobs in the urban core. Do we want to be a city that is one of those that kind of gets left behind, where there's no Final Fours, there's no Rolling Stones or U2 coming, or whoever my kids listen to down there, I don't know, but all those great concerts and venues downtown, and with the streetcar moving people around, that it's too much of a tremendous investment and a great return on the investment that I am concluding and comfortable supporting today because of that return on the investment down decades later. And even when I reference that HDR study, the aerial views where it showed, 30 years ago, 20 years ago, Omaha today, and what Omaha can look like in 10 and 20 years, these great architects or visual engineers, they put up buildings and they showed the Mutual Tower. And even if we expand eventually, certainly we want to go to North and South Omaha, but also you have people that play 3D chess and that are visionaries that can look, let's partner with our friends over in Council Bluffs and what we can do over there in partnerships to retain talent, to recruit talent, and our kids and grandkids, that my hope and confidence is that there'll be bumps in the road as we discussed today, but as we look back 20, 30 years into the future, looking back, that I'm confident to say that I know this will be a great investment because of the development of jobs and moving people around the urban core and retaining talent and recruiting talent to make Omaha even greater than the city it is now in the future because of what we're doing here and what I'm supporting today. Thanks, Mr. President.
Thank you. So I think I'm the last speaker, so I'll keep this brief, and then I'll see if there's a motion for items 56 and 57. This is a complex economic development and transit project, but one that I think is truly important for our city. And I say it purposely in that order because it is primarily an economic development project with a transit component. But I agree with Councilmember Johnson, there's a lot more to do on the public transit landscape than just what we're talking about here today, particularly north and south. So we need to work with Metro on that coming in the future. I've studied streetcars in lots of communities. I've spent extensive time in the Portland system. So I know that when they're done well, they do create economic development and they do create attraction for our workforce, and they do create that investment in an urban core, and that's what we're looking for here. And the fact is, without the streetcar project we're talking about here today, there is no $600 million investment in downtown by Mutual of Omaha, and there is no 4,000 jobs in our urban core. So those two projects are very much tied together, and I think that's worth repeating. Still though, I've pressed pretty hard over the last 10 months, as many of us have, for the operational and financial details as it applies to the streetcar, because I think it is our responsibility and certainly our fiscal responsibility as council members to ask those tough questions and make sure we're maximizing the chance of this project's success while also minimizing any risk to taxpayers. And I think there's been 3 substantial things in the last couple of weeks along those lines, one of which was the final completion of the MuniCap study. The City Council commissioned that study. I don't think any of us would be voting on this today without that information. And it did confirm by a third party the economic development projections that are key to this model working, in fact, exceeded those projections that were originally estimated by HDR. And it's not just the $600 million over time, it's when does that money come in? So I also want to thank the Finance Department for working with me. We created extensive cash flow spreadsheets on these projections to show how it's going to work year to year and expense by expense. I want people to know those things were very detailed, and the council got into that level of detail, even though the project itself still is not at 30% design. And then lastly, a pretty important confirmation for me today is the mayor committing to no tax increase as a result of this project, and also committing her confidence there'll be no water or gas rate increase as a result of this project. That was important, I think, for all of us to hear today. So with all those assurances in place, I'm prepared to support what I hope is a transformational project for our city and definitely a major reinvestment in our urban core. With that, I'll take a motion. There's a motion and a second, both 56 and 57, correct?
Yes, move to approve 56 and 57.
No further lights, roll call.
Bagley. Harding. Johnson. Melton.
Yes.
Palermo.
Yes.
Rowe. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 6-1.
Thank you all for your testimony and for your many months of work on this project, and much more work to be done.
Items 58 through 61 can be considered together relating to park improvements at Paxton John Creighton Boulevard Trail, Pibble Park, Hitchcock Pool, Mandan Park Pavilion.
Public hearing and vote on items 58, 59, 60, and 61 are today. Proponents, please.
Mr. President, members of the City Council, Matt Kalsovich, Parks and Recreation Director. Excited to have these in front of you. This is the start of the real work for the ARPA-related projects that were approved as part of the $10 million allocation for improvement of public property. As mentioned, 58, 60, and 61 are a lot of the initial legwork for those projects. Design, engineering, the technical side to really get us prepared to do the projects themselves. 59, the work and improvements at People Park. We're a little farther ahead in the process when the ARP opportunity was presented to us, and that's why we're at the construction phase there. Happy to answer any other questions you have about any project.
Thank you. Any other proponents today? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing's closed. Mr. Bagley, you're recognized.
Thanks, Mr. President. Matt, good afternoon.
Matt Kalsovich, Parks and Recreation Director.
59, you and I had corresponded a little bit on that. Pipple Park, the great investment that the city is going to do with that park on 78th and Center Street, just east of Heafy's Mortuary for
Yes.
the Westgate folks. Can you just briefly walk us, we got time, but just briefly walk us through what that is so when people, and then we can comment on it a little more.
Of course. So that project in particular, the full scope of the project, it's a full park master plan. So there's work to be done past the initial investment here. And this one is unique in the sense that we have $1 million of ARPA allocation, and then we have an additional $373,600 of capital improvement money. And this is technically what would be phase one of the project. So it'll be the barrier-free playground, the bathroom area, a lot of the infrastructure, parking lot, roads. As we know, this park is adjacent to a school as part of District 66, so a lot of functionality there. Phase two, which hasn't necessarily been budgeted for yet, is part of a master plan that some might have seen or is part of what we're assessing just in terms of the total transformation of the park. But the ARPA money in particular in this project is that phase one that we think will be the highest points of engagement initially with the community and the school.
And most of the investments from ARPA dollars, is that correct to say that are east of 72nd? I know this is 78th, but the majority are in the older parts of Omaha, which is a lot of, and I want to put you on the spot, how many parks are there in the city?
256 parks and facilities.
22
under our
are in my
management.
district,
Mhm.
so I appreciate we corresponded on
Yes.
that. So as you were saying, most of those, the investment is, the ARPA dollars are going to the parks in the old parts of town.
Yeah, this is the one that is farthest west. Again, we had to work within the identified census tract for the ARPA funding, of which the majority were, yes, on the eastern part of the city. But again, projects that are just, I think, an excellent fit, not only just from an ARPA qualification standpoint, but from a park improvement standpoint. And again, this one being kind of ahead of the others, just in terms of development of parks that we were looking at in general. We were very happy that this overlapped with the additional ARPA money to move this project along a little faster than it maybe would have otherwise.
No, and I appreciate your time, and you're a great ambassador for the city on this. And I know you, when I got a question, boom, you're texting me or you're emailing me, which I truly appreciate. And I know people in my district do as well, because I'm conveying what you're giving me back to them.
Thank you. My
thanks,
pleasure.
Matt.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Matt, this is very exciting, especially there in the heart of North Omaha. As you probably can imagine, my next question is for you to walk me through the public engagement that you plan to ensue as you roll this out.
Absolutely. So there are several points of engagement that will come up through the process here, and some of them are on the backside of what we know we might be able to accomplish or not accomplish in regards to specific projects. Some of these are some, very technical improvements. For example, the Paxton John Creighton Boulevard Trail, that's really bringing that into compliance and up to the level of everything else in our system, with a 2-foot widening and a full overlay of that entire stretch. So some things that would have just been some basic updates and upgrades in our system. We'll have some projects that will come up later in regards to ARPA, one in particular, Coons Park, a late addition to the ARPA funding model, in which we also have some other funding set aside, a lot like we do with People Park, where we'll have a survey to engage the community. We'll have some public meetings and feedback. Went through a process with Adams Park and a master plan we just developed there through our traditional CIP funding that was in that model of engagement with the community. So, and that produced some excellent feedback, and we anticipate that'll do the same with some of the ones where we'll have an opportunity to bring a new landscape and shape some things differently. People Park went through that process prior to being connected with ARPA, so a lot of what is there and what we developed was in direct relation to people's feedback and comments when we held meetings and did surveys for that feedback and those ideas from the community.
So as I expect to get questions asked as the representative of this district, what can I tell folks in terms of grassroots individuals that are living there, actually living there, in terms of reach regarding what they can expect to happen at the end of the day? What can I tell them?
On finding out about that information? Absolutely. So on any project in particular specific to a neighborhood park or a community park, we do an outreach to the specific residents immediately around that area. It will flex in terms of how far away we'll reach, but typically we try and go far enough that we know that that's the group that is looking at that facility as their primary location to recreate and have a park experience. So there'll be a direct mailer, there'll be electronic information confirming the same. Typically, if we have a consulting group, they'll use some additional resources and contacts, whether it be community groups, neighborhood associations, things of that nature, to have another point of contact. As we know, sometimes it's multiple outreach that will really allow people to know what the engagement opportunities are with us. And so all of that's in place for any of the, again, projects where we'll have an opportunity to make a creative impact. Some of the ones we're looking at here in the trail, for example, in particular, is one that is really just a technical upgrade, and again, bringing it into compliance with the rest of our system, as opposed to being able to offer new features or new amenities at a fixed park space.
So I see this as an opportunity to kind of focus in on some historical significance in that area. Again, this is the older part of the town. So how can constituents, kind of communicate some visions that they might have regarding retaining some of that historical significance that we're losing because buildings are being knocked down all over the place as we continue to redevelop our city? And I mean, redevelopment is good.
Absolutely.
But we also want to assure some historical significance, because that plays an element in youth in terms of whether or not they feel optimistic in terms of reducing crime and things of that nature. So tell me a little bit about how that plays into all of that.
I think that happens in three ways at any time. First and foremost, we're always an open opportunity for people to contribute ideas and share information with us about whether it be an active project or something they'd like to see happen, and that's an ongoing communication that can happen with the Parks and Recreation Department at any time with any resident. Second, if we have a specific point of engagement and we know Kuntz Park is coming down the line as far as ARPA project is concerned, people can offer their feedback or suggestions for that project in particular, or other projects that might either be in the area or the city, as it's a point where we have people in the same room talking specifically about park improvements, and we can just work globally to try and find those places to have that crossover. And historical features are definitely something we entertain and are excited about integrating. And then obviously the specifics of a project in particular. And Kuntz, I know, is a place where we have some unique history as far as the city's concerned, so I'm sure that will be a topic and one we very prominently ask about and promote, maybe differently than in some other places where that's not as prominent, but certainly we'd be open to that dialogue in any setting. And again, at any time, whether we're engaging on something or not, we're an open door to receive communication about that and have that be a consideration for anything we do in the future.
Wow, so last but not least, when will this start?
As far as these in particular, or
yeah, here at.
So these will kick off right away upon potential approval here by the council, and so this work will start here in what is our construction off season, trying to get as many of these queued up to take advantage of the full construction season, depending on how fast we can move with some of these as possible. Again, we are on the clock as far as needing to use ARPA funds by the end of calendar year 2025. We think we'll be well ahead of that. And again, certainly part of why we're anxious to get things started and know that even in this new climate, maybe of construction and bidding and some other things, we're well ahead of the curve as far as not butting up against something like that end of the funding cycle.
Sounds like an opportunity for jobs as well.
Absolutely. These consultants here will have their engagement, and then there'll be a construction piece, and it will be, I think, a lot of the contracting groups that we work with here locally on a lot of our traditional parks improvement projects. And certainly we feel like we have a great relationship with that community where we've already given a lot of them a heads up about what to expect and what to see from us. So I think they're poised to react to some of this, hopefully, obviously producing some success as far as low bidding and things coming in our budget specific to the ARPA funding.
Thank you. Sounds like a great, excellent opportunity.
We're very excited.
Looking forward to it.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hardy.
Thank you. I've got three questions. One, I'm going to start out with, it's a little tongue-in-cheek, but I am old. I'm 62. I grew up in the neighborhood, and I always called it Pipel Park. I mean, I know we have Giles and Giles, but have I been saying it wrong my whole life?
Interesting you bring that up.
Correct me.
The debate has raged in our office as well, and thanks to one of our park planners, Dennis Bryers, who went back into the archives, actually here way in the basement levels of this building to look up some of the information and identified the correct pronunciation of that park in particular as People Park. People Park. Yes, but there is, I think, a universal acceptance. Well,
62 years.
I think there's a universal acceptance that there are some different nuanced pronunciations there, and thankfully, I think everybody knows what we're identifying through those different versions.
On a serious note, thanks for correcting me. I have
absolutely, and to be honest, he brought that of his own accord as we were preparing for this project to try and unify everybody in our office who was having some inconsistency, and I was in the same spot you were in terms of the pronunciation. So I'm glad at least that part came out of our presentation.
Thanks. Now, quickly then, procedurally, would there be a motion for all these, Madam Clerk, or are we going to take them one? We can do it all as one?
Yeah.
Okay. And then kind of lastly, but kind of back to People Park, we've, and this probably happens with the investment, much as we have talked about investing in the core of our city, investing in our parks, can spur development or conversations of development in adjoining or abutting areas. And I know you're working with one such situation at People Park with the neighbor to the west and having kind of a barrier that they're going to work on that will help define the park. And I think it just shows that having those good neighbors and that investment spurs more investment too.
Absolutely, and that's one of the great benefits of the outreach. In some instances, we're identifying work or projects that we can do either in addition to what we're doing or jointly, or a neighbor or resident of their own accord, just to be an even bigger, better enhancement. And in this case, it's an identifier about where the park boundary ends, and we certainly want to be sensitive to that, and a good partner, being a neighbor there to the residential property, about supporting that. And I think we're in an excellent spot as far as that project in particular is concerned. Always love taking advantage as well of a connection with the school and the school districts that we partner with in various parks and locations around the city. So that's another one that's a good fit, and part of what we're just really focusing on, making sure they're up to speed about as we go through this.
And then if you could just for a moment touch on, now it was brought up too that because we're using ARPA funds and there's certain criteria that needs to be met in order to be using those funds.
Yes.
Most of that activity is, as you pointed out, this is Peoples the furthest west, and we have others on our agenda here that that are further east. But by using ARPA funds for these projects, because I know we have 256 parks, and by having the ability to use these funds in these areas gives the opportunity maybe to free up monies that might have been spent on the eastern side of our parks, on parks all across Omaha too. If you wouldn't mind just kind of addressing how that might free it up as it relates to the park master plan.
Absolutely. So through our normal allocation or traditional regular allocation of capital improvement funds, we are constantly evaluating how to distribute that as evenly, as equitably across the city to make contribution and improvement for as many residents to access from year to year as possible. This ARPA funding being folded into essentially the CIP as an infusion of $10 million, again, very specific to the places where it was identified that money could be used, absolutely has put us into a new review lens of where to use funding, where to take funding elsewhere, again, to make the biggest impact across the city. There are some things, again, just because of the unique timing of ARPA that came in, where certain projects already had money allocated to them, and now we're going farther or we're making things bigger. Kuntz is an example of that, where the playground was already identified as an improvement well before ARPA came in, and so now we have the ARPA funding. Again, the ARPA funding for that is less than what we have at some other places, but a nice, again, the freedom and flexibility we have with ARPA funds to combine with other funding. But looking ahead in the next 3 to 5 year window, maybe very specifically in the 3 years that we have on the timeline to use ARPA funds, we've already fanned out and pushed to the farther edges of the city to try and make change and impact, again, to touch as many residents as possible in as many, if not, and obviously the goal of ours, all districts every year. And some of that is just based on some of our evaluation criteria. What is in the most challenging position? What is borderline unsafe? Where do we see an increased amount of use? And some of that is in direct relation to development or establishment of things like a new school. But yes, absolutely part of what we're doing with this money in this area, helping to free up other money to just make that biggest impact possible across the city.
Appreciate that. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that with some of the contacts I've had is that ARPA is only being used in a certain area, but I want to make sure that people understand that because of that, though, it still gives us the ability to make improvements all across our city. So thank you, Matt.
Yes.
Mr. Palermo. Thank you, Mr. President. Director, I just wanted to thank you. I know we spend a lot of time here talking about other items other than parks, which are very important.
Yeah.
But people really, really love their parks.
And
and
that's
this
great to
certainly
hear.
helps. Yeah, they do. It's just as important as anything else to them. And what I know is that some of this ARPA money has also got nonprofits involved, saying,
Yes.
well, this is here, this is kind of what we were waiting for. We're going to help as well. And city's not always the fastest on certain things, but I know number 61 in particular, a lot of that work has already started.
Yeah.
And I just want to thank you, because there's some neighbors who certainly questioned some of the direction that the park was headed in, but
Right.
Seeing this move forward, I mean, it's a win-win. It's certainly a way to turn around some of these parks that needed it in again, thank you to you and your staff.
No, thank you for recognizing that. Appreciate it. I will add on to what you said in the sense that, investment potentially spurs other investment. We've had people approach us about the way they could help us enhance what we're doing and go even farther. And you mentioned some nonprofits that have been great partners over the years on wanting to see how much more we can do with just this unique opportunity. And I think things are meshing together in a way that people will see an impact maybe they haven't seen before. And certainly I think that was one of the main goals with the ARPA funding.
Thank you.
And I believe number 60 also has a safety component too, right? Hitchcock Pool, we had some tragedies there last summer that were concerning, and I think some of this redesign will help address that as well.
Correct. So we've had obviously the high dive feature, which really has been out of operation for quite a while, and some structural things that have just maybe left it in a spot to not be the state-of-the-art facility, and thus some safety challenges that we're looking to obviously address. And anytime we're doing a project, we're trying to address as many issues as we can. And you're right. So infrastructure and extending the life of that facility out for 20 or 30 more years, if not more, through the work we're doing, the removal of some things, the addition of other new opportunities, and then obviously that being one of the few and only in the city of Omaha 50-meter competition pools. Certainly that was a great fit on maximizing the way we would engage with people. New fence that will be, I think, a visual enhancement and a safety feature for us there, as well as potential cameras and that kind of thing to just, again, make it the most functional, safest, easiest facility for us to offer opportunity to the community at.
Okay, thank you. No further lights. Is there a motion? I'll second. Roll call.
Bagley. Harding. Johnson. Melton. Palermo. Rowe. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0.
Thank you for your support.
And for those that are here for these next public hearings, we want to thank you for your patience, and I want to assure you we're going to get through these, I think, pretty quickly. Madam Clerk.
Item 62, an ordinance authorizing the issuance of a purchase order to Mid-States Equipment and Supply, Inc. for the purchase of asphalt to be utilized by the Street Maintenance Division.
Public hearing on number 62 is today. Are there any proponents? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed.
Item 63, an ordinance to accept the bid from Elkhorn West Construction, Inc. in the amount of $269,900 for the traffic maintenance vehicle carport project.
Public hearing on number 63 is today. Proponents, please. Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed.
Item 64, an ordinance to acquire private property for the 66th and L Street storm sewer repair.
Public hearing on 64 is today. Proponents, please. Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed.
Item 65, an ordinance to approve supplemental agreement number 1 with the State of Nebraska Department of Transportation for street resurfacing projects in 2023 and 2024.
Public hearing on number 65 is today. Proponents? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed.
Item 66, an ordinance to approve the Saddle Creek Voigtman Tax Increment Financing Redevelopment Agreement.
Public hearing on 66 is today. Proponents, please.
Bridget Hadley, City Planning, here to answer questions you may have.
Thank you. Any other proponents?
Mr. President, Brent Beller, 1140 West Center Road. All I'm going to say real quick is it's fascinating to listen to all the discussion you all are having about urban sprawl or going out west and how we need to re-centralize. This is a project that is exactly what Councilman Palermo was talking about, where we have existing infrastructure, we're being rehabbed in conjunction with the streetcar, and we're utilizing TIF. So $6.3 million request. We appreciate your consideration and vote next week, but otherwise I'm here for questions.
Thank you. Other proponents? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed.
Item 67, an ordinance to approve the Dizzy Mule Tax Increment Financing Redevelopment Agreement.
Public hearing on number 67 is today. Proponents, please.
Good afternoon. Don Seaton, Omaha City Planning Department. The agreement's pretty straightforward, relatively. The project's going to be a great addition to Millwork Commons and downtown. I do need to note that the developer entity name, which is on the agreement correctly. It does, however, need to be corrected on the cover letter and the ordinance. We've given an amendment of the whole to the city clerk to take care of that. This is an oversight on my part. I apologize for the inconvenience.
Okay. Thank you for getting that corrected for next week. Any other proponents?
Thank you. Yes, Mr. President, members of the council, Larry Jobin, 11440 West Center Road, appearing on behalf of the developer, which is Dizzy Mule LLC, but it's actually Deborah and Christian Christensen, who you all know. They're very excited about this particular project. It's been a long time coming. This is actually in the influence area, so this will be contributing to pay those bonds for the streetcar as well. So the TIF request is $5,457,145. We're all here to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Any other proponents? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed. Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Christians, or Larry, just wanted just wanted to say hats off. Looking forward to this extension, and hey.
Thank you.
Way to go.
We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. No further lights. Next item.
Item 68, an ordinance to approve the Flats on Howard Expansion Tax Increment Financing Redevelopment Agreement.
Public hearing on number 68 is today. Proponents, please.
Yeah, Don Seaton, City Planning Department. I'm here for any questions you may have.
Thank you. Any other proponents? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed.
Item 69.
Mr. Bagley, is your item? Okay, yep.
Item 69, an ordinance to approve a major amendment to a mixed-use district development agreement for Waterford Crossing. Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval.
Public hearing on number 69 is today. Proponents, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is John Palmtag from Verizon Wireless, 4002 South 149th Circle, and I'm here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Other proponents?
Good evening. Mike Welniak with Dragon Storage, 15803 Pacific Street, Omaha. I'm here with any questions.
Thank you. Other proponents today?
Good evening. I'm Emily Maluski with Verizon Wireless and 4002 South 149th Circle, and I'm here to answer any questions that anyone may have about this.
Thank you. Any other proponents today? Seeing none, any opponents?
I am Melissa Monroe, 14834 Hanover Street. I am a member of Waterford and representing Waterford today, and we do oppose to this. Do I speak now?
Good.
Okay, so it was approved.
You waited a long time. Go
Okay,
ahead.
I know. I got suckered into this. We basically are here just to oppose right now because the planning board approved it with a contingency that Michelle Roth, or maybe a member of Verizon, would be the one to talk with Waterford residents, and a meeting was scheduled, and unfortunately the member of Verizon fell ill, and we wish her the best and hope she recovered, but we kind of feel like there should have been business continuity put in place for us to still be able to have that meeting before today, which was the contingency of it being approved by the planning board. We have been in contact with them repeatedly, but they pretty much told us, fortunately they don't feel that they need to have the meeting with us. So we are opposing it temporarily until we can have a meeting with them.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other opponents that want to talk today? See, non-public hearing is closed. Ms. Melton, you're recognized.
Oh, thank you very much. Well, first, hey, Melissa? Yes. First, I would have loved to have an email from you, and I would have loved to be at that meeting. Now, what I'm going to say is I think there should be a meeting.
Yeah.
I think right now, in the next week, this is going to be voted on next week. I don't know that a meeting is going to be able to be held in the next week because with everybody, Christmas programs and kids and everything else that you have going on.
Right.
So I'm gonna actually ask you to sit real quick, and I'm gonna ask someone from Verizon to come up.
John Palmtag, Verizon Wireless.
Hi, Mr. Palmtag. First, I've had some issues with Verizon and some of these placements before, so I wish Verizon would have reached out to me because they're well aware of the last project that we ran into problems with.
Okay.
Verizon is, you may not be, but that should have been shared. There needs to be a public meeting. So is there one that could maybe get scheduled after the first of the year?
Well, there was a public meeting scheduled, October, I believe,
We need to
27th.
actually have one, though, not schedule one and cancel. So do you think that you would be able to get a meeting scheduled maybe in the first 2 weeks of January?
We've complied with all the recommendations, requirements of the city planning department, complied with all the conditional use permits, special
Okay,
use permit.
my question is, are you willing to schedule a meeting with the Waterford neighborhood? Because right now it's Christmas, so it looks like you're gonna have to schedule one maybe the first week in January, sometime after the first of the year. Are you willing to schedule that?
There was a notice sent out to 56 separate residences as the list provided by the city planning department. There was a Zoom meeting held October 27th. I'm not aware of the attendance to that meeting. I was not a part of that. Michelle Roth, one of our contractors, set that up. And her notice to the 56 different residences included her cell phone number and asked that anyone with any questions give her a phone call. So there's been, in my opinion, a lot of opportunity to discuss this specific project.
Okay, so my question, there was a neighborhood meeting scheduled and it was canceled because the Verizon person couldn't make it and it hasn't been rescheduled, correct?
I'm not sure if it was canceled. There was a Zoom meeting.
Okay, you know what, I'm gonna do a motion to lay this over to January 10th.
Motion and second. Mr. Begley, Mr. Begley, you're recognized.
Yeah, yes, and it would be to include, by the way, keep public hearing open so that hopefully we will hear that the Verizon met with the neighborhood, they scheduled a meeting, and anybody who wished to attend could attend, and I would make sure that you work with Melissa to get that scheduled at a time that's convenient for all.
Okay, Mr. Begley, what's your light on?
Yeah, were you done, Councilman?
The floor is yours, Mr. Bagley.
Thank you. John, this is not my district. Councilmember Melton does a great job representing her members, constituents. I can tell you that I ran into this when I got right on the council, a little different, but I certainly hope that whatever requirements, you know, you were quick to say that, and that's fine. But if I'm a neighbor there and I'm being told that there was a meeting that was canceled because somebody was ill, work to reschedule it. That's all we're asking here. I think the outreach from communications companies, as I said a year ago, communication companies, let's communicate with residents where this stuff's going to be impacting. This bugs me, and I don't have the whole story, but what the lady sitting behind you that lives there spoke and said that the meeting wasn't held. I don't know what happened, but was Councilmember Melton, I'm not trying to put words in her mouth, but she said, get a meeting set up and deal with their questions and answer their questions. Communication company, communicate. That's what I'm asking. Thank you.
Mr. Harding, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Festerson. I'll pile on a little bit. I believe, I'm told that, I guess I would say Mr. Palmtag is technically correct in that they have met the requirements of what was approved at Planning Board. However, what was approved, the discussion, the intent and the discussion at Planning Board was that there would be a meeting. The motion was made without the requirement of having the meeting, but the intent was there. And I think you're hearing a pretty clear message from a lot of the council members that you need to have a meeting with the neighborhood.
Mr. Palermo.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, well, you're going to have the meeting, right, sir?
So I would ask the council to vote on this ordinance and consistent with the planning department, the planning commission.
Let me stop you right
board.
there.
But
The planning department sends us recommendations that we approve or not approve. We don't listen to the planning board, we listen to our constituents.
Yes,
we don't have to follow what the planning board does. But you do need our approval to move forward. So one last time, go ahead and set up that meeting, and we'll see you in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. I will allow you to have a remark if you'd like.
Mike Welniak, 15803 Pacific Street. I'm the owner of Dragon Storage. I've authorized Verizon to install the cell tower on our property. Amy, we will have that meeting next week, all right? You're gonna have the meeting, okay?
I know next week probably won't be good. I think it's gonna have to be sometime between the 3rd and the 10th,
Okay.
because unless Melissa agrees.
Yep.
But scheduling meetings during Christmas is sometimes
I
very
will-
difficult. But you three
Yep.
figure out a time, but it's gonna have to be okayed by Melissa. And one of you needs to include me on the invite.
Got it. I will make sure it gets done.
Okay, thank you very
All right.
much.
Melissa, did you want one more comment?
Yeah, this has nothing to do with the fact that we're gonna oppose it or not. It's just that you said we were supposed to have a meeting. And then
Talk in the
I-
microphone.
Talk in the
Ashley.
microphone, you have to talk
I'm
to us,
sorry.
not them.
So we said we're gonna have a meeting. I told all of my residents, we're gonna have a meeting, and then they cancel it, and then they basically tell us, they don't respond to us, they don't do
Right.
anything. They say,
Okay,
too bad.
well,
so
you're
sad."
gonna have a meeting, so I'm gonna exchange all your information. Let me know when the meeting is.
Okay.
I will attend if I don't have something else that I can't postpone or that I, can't move around.
Sure.
I intend to be there, but keep me informed. It's amy.melton@cityofomaha.org. Give me a call if you need, but look forward to hearing when the meeting is. And
Yes,
we'll go
me too.
ahead and just continue this or I've done a motion to continue. It sounds like I may have enough support from the council here to January 10th.
I appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
There's that motion and a second. Roll call.
Bagley. Harding. Johnson. Melton. Palermo. Rowe. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0. Item 70, an ordinance to approve a major amendment to a mixed-use district development agreement for Center Ridge. Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval.
Public hearing on number 70 is today. Proponents, please.
Kyle Hazy with ENA Consulting Group, 10909 Mill Valley Road, representing the applicant, along with myself, Charlie Sullivan, the applicant developer, is in the audience, and his legal counsel, Mr. Beller, is in the audience as well. We are requesting major mixed-use amendment to Center Ridge, located on 192nd and Center. We're focusing on lots 9 and 10 here on the west side. We did have a neighborhood meeting on September 27th.
That's a good idea.
We had about 18 people in attendance. Generally, they were all happy with the plans that we had. Currently, the mixed-use agreement shows big box and office uses. What we are proposing is a residential component, which I feel definitely makes the Center Ridge development a more mixed-use development as a whole, providing both office, retail, hotels, and a residential component. And then also makes a better transition from a natural planning transition from the office to multifamily to the single family to the north. As I said, the neighbors were generally happy and excited. One thing that did get them excited was the quality and level of buildings that we have and the architecture. We're proposing 104 total units. There'll be a mix of duplexes, fourplexes, townhomes, and a 10-plex building as well. This is an example of some of the architecture that we were looking for and proposing on the site. With that, I'll make myself available for any questions.
Thank you. Any other proponents today? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing's closed. Next item.
Item 71, an ordinance to approve a major amendment to a mixed-use district development agreement for West Point. Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval.
Public hearing on number 71 is today. Proponents, please.
Kyle Hazy with ENA Consulting Group, 10909 Mill Valley Road, representing the applicant. West Point mixed use is located on 156 and Maple Road. We are requesting an amendment to the mixed use agreement. Currently, there's a vacant lot that's, as outlined here. It's been vacant for about a dozen years. It was an old restaurant. I think it's been torn down and it's been sitting there. The mixed use amendment request is to allow a vehicle rental on the site. This would be the site plan as shown, so we're requesting approval of that.
Okay, thank you. Any other proponents today? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing's closed.
Item 72, an ordinance to approve an agreement with the Nebraska Department of Health and Human Services in the amount of $16,784.
Public hearing on number 72 is today. Proponents, please. Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed.
Item 73, an ordinance to approve an agreement with U-Turn in the amount of $2,880.
Public hearing on number 73 is today. Proponents, please. Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed.
Item 74, an ordinance to approve an agreement with UNO in the amount of $284,423.
Public hearing on 74 is today. Proponents, please. Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed.
Item 75, an ordinance to approve an agreement with the University of Nebraska Medical Center in the amount of $237,740.
Public hearing on number 75 is today. Proponents, please. Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed.
Item 76, an ordinance to accept the bid of Matheson Trigas, Inc. for portable cylinders for the fire department.
Public hearing on number 76 is today. Proponents, please. Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed.
Item 77, an ordinance establishing the North Saddle Creek Business Improvement District.
Public hearing on number 77 is today. Proponents, please. North Saddle Creek Business Improvement District. Thank you for your patience.
The patience of Job. Thank you, Council President. Thank you, members of the council. I'm Josh Hannum, 1410 North Saddle Creek Road. I am the chairman of the newly formed board for the North Saddle Creek Business Improvement District. I want to talk to you about who is on our board real quick and kind of give a quick overview. So members of our board: Dina Hannum, property owner, operator of Hey J Coffee. Another property owner, Molly Clement Jenkins. We have April Jackson, another property owner and operator of Lyle's Automotive. Eric Janisek, property owner and operator of Janisek Florist. Sue Finkel, local property owner of the Homey Inn. And who am I missing? And Stephen Pham, local property owner and owner of PKP Printing. We believe that the district has the potential to be successful as our peers in the district like Dundee and Blackstone. Right now, our district consists of some great destination businesses like Sergeant Pepper's and the Homey Inn, and newly businesses like Saddle Creek Breakfast Club. Hey J Coffee has been added in 2017, but that has been the last thing that has been added in our district. We haven't seen much improvement since then, and we believe that the formation of this business improvement district will help improve the district. I have a whole lot here to say, but I feel like it's getting kind of late, and so I'm just going to leave it up to that. We have several proponents here, and I would like to have them all come up and let you guys know who they are and what they're here for. Thank you.
Thank you. Other proponents, please.
Hi, my name's Molly Clement Jenkins. I have the property at 1402 North Saddle Creek. It's the old gas station with the canopy. Now, North Saddle Creek is an unusual situation because it's long been a light industrial area, and yet it kind of protrudes into a residential area. This light industry has mostly moved out of the area, and so now we have some retail, we have some storage businesses along there, and then we just have some buildings that are empty. They're not doing a lot. And a lot of us feel like this is a great time to effectively rebrand the area, since it has that, protrusion into a residential area. It's more like Dundee or, Blackstone than, say, more of a north downtown feel. So, Vinny mentioned the urban core redevelopment, and this is a great example of a way that we could do that. Retail is a better fit for a neighborhood, and there are needs that the single multifamily house, building households have, and they're not getting met in that area. And it creates a little bit of green space. We remove some concrete, and it ends in a park. I mean, you don't want that light industrial area to be so adjacent to a green space like that. So I just wanted to bring up the point that this is a great way to redevelop the area, create a new brand for the area, and give us yet another neighborhood gathering spot in the area. Thank you.
Thank you. Other proponents, please.
Hi there, Dina Hannum, Hey J Coffee, 1416 North Saddle Creek. Very excited about this project. It's been a lot of fun and getting to know the neighborhood a lot better over the last 10 years, I think it's been. But just really excited to hopefully bring some excitement to the area. It's got such great neighborhood walkability, and we want to just make it so much more exciting down there for everybody.
Thank you. Other proponents?
Hi, I'm Cletus Baker, owner of Studio B Limited at 4844 Hamilton Street. And in deference to the hour, I'm just going to simply say that I too am in favor of this BID, and I think it requires your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I'm Don Janicek at Janicek Floors, 4901 Charles Street. I've been there forever, and nothing has ever been done in that place. We need something, and like I said last time, we have Dundee on one side, we have Benson on the other, and everybody skips us. We need something to revitalize the area, or it's gonna die. We need something, and we need help.
Thank you. Next proponent.
Hello, Kelsey Christensen, 4513 Seward Street. New homeowner in the area, and I just look forward to the development of our neighborhood so we can play closer to where we live.
Thank you. Next proponent.
Darius Christensen, 4513 Seward Street as well. Just kind of to piggyback on what everyone else said, I think it's we're new homeowners there, almost 1.5 years now, and it would be very nice to see that area revitalized. So have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you. Other proponents?
Hi, Will Minen, 1835 North 49th Avenue. I'm the incoming president for the Metcalf-Harrison Neighborhood Association. So just wanted to lend our support to the creation of BID and look forward to, if it's approved, some improvements of, in particular, landscaping, sidewalks, lighting, etc. Thanks.
Great. Thank you. Any other proponents that want to speak today? Seeing none, any opponents?
Good evening. Adam Watson, 1125 South 96th Street. I'm the owner of the Saddle Creek Apartments at 49th and Hamilton. And I would like to say first, I do applaud Mr. Hannum and his efforts to bring this BID, along with Councilman Festerman, to bring this BID to you guys. I believe BIDs are very important. I have a number of projects around Omaha that are actually in BIDs and which have been very successful in Benson and in Dundee as well. And interestingly, I would be very curious to be involved in further development of property within this proposed BID. However, the one property that I do have, I'm not certain that it's needed to have a successful BID. I don't see that the property I've got, the 7 buildings that I have, are somewhat removed from the Saddle Creek corridor, in my opinion. So I would just like to ask if there's some more clarity on what the necessity of my property being in this particular BID would be. Knowing that, I would love to be a developer in the core part of Saddle Creek BID myself. If I could ask that, thank you.
Good, thank you. Any other opponents today? Seeing none, I'll close public hearing and just have a few remarks. It is late, but I do want to expand upon this a little bit just because you're all here and took the time to be here, which we appreciate. So I think we've been very supportive of BIDs as a body, and I think me in particular in terms of in my district, Dundee and Benson, but then certainly in Blackstone and Elkhorn and other places. And as you may have seen, there were a number of them on our agenda today that were coming through with their annual assessment periods, and there was no opposition to those because I think all those BIDs have proven to be successful, much like you were saying, Mr. Watson. And I've always thought North Saddle Creek has that potential. I've thought that for a long time. Probably 10 years ago, Mr. Fanslow and I had a meeting at the Homey on this issue with some business owners, but never quite took flight. But now is different. I think this is the right time, as evidenced by all of you being here and the great engagement we're seeing from old businesses, but also new businesses, and also the neighborhood association who's here too. I do want council members to know that I have been involved in the first few meetings that the BID conducted, and appreciate everyone who volunteered to be on the board, because it is a lot of work, particularly at this stage, to be involved and to engage your fellow property owners. But my observation is they did a good job at that, and the mayor has been helpful. The mayor appointed every board member who was interested in being involved to the board, and so the process has started well. I think they've adopted a realistic plan, a realistic area, conservative approach in the assessment and in their program of work by really prioritizing the things that I think most everyone in the area agrees should be prioritized. Things like security and lighting and the landscaping maintenance, things of that nature. And it's really difficult to get 100% unanimous consent for something like this at this stage. But as I was talking earlier, I think they've all proven their worth over time, both to commercial properties and also to multifamily properties that have been involved in these BIDs, other places. The only other things I'd mention at this point are that, we could do nothing, but as Mr. Janusek so eloquently said, nothing's been happening for a long time, and now is the time to do something. And I think there's huge opportunity here at this point in time, because if we do create this BID by the end of the year, which is next week for us, the area does qualify to compete for up to $2 million in ARPA funds that would be going to BIDs in 2023, 2024. That's a huge opportunity for this area. The City Council has already adopted a $50,000 streetscape plan that will engage all of you on, assuming this is approved next week, with a public process that includes the neighborhood and all the area that's in the map there, primarily along North Saddle Creek Road, but also Hamilton Street, and all the areas that would be desirable in having infrastructure improvements, such as lighting and new sidewalks and curbs and parking and landscaping and all the things that make a neighborhood business district viable and successful long-term. And then on top of that, there's also a $300,000 capital allocation in 2023 for this area to execute that plan once we get it done and have some consensus around it. And I think that's another opportunity to engage philanthropy that's played roles in these other business districts and really made a huge difference in all those areas. So that's the vision I see for this area. I know you see it too, and I look forward to supporting this next week as well. Thank you for being here. I don't see any further lights. Madam Clerk.
Non-action items, items 78 through 101, do not require public hearing or city council consideration at this meeting, but will be placed on a future agenda for public hearing and or vote. The reason for non-action is noted after the item on the agenda, as well as date the item is expected to appear on agenda for consideration.
Second, roll call.
Bagley. Harding. Johnson. Melton. Palermo. Rowe. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0. Meeting is adjourned at 5:52.